Welcome to the Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us. We're coming to you live from Aqueduct Racetrack in South Ozone Park, New York on an absolutely glorious Sunday. Finally feeling like summer here in New York. Keisha Kamal alongside Andy Serling. Looking forward to the nice weather today on the heels of the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, where my colleague had the ice-cold Exacta in the Preakness.
No, the blind squirrel effect occasionally comes to play. I appreciate it. I've done pretty well in the
Great
Preakness
call.
over the years, and pretty lousy in the Derby. And the Belmont a lot, too.
Well, we still have the Belmont to go, where we all will try to do a little bit better. The feature on this Sunday, though, is Race 5, a turf sprint. This is a really fun race, Andy, and the class does appear to come from the number 3 Without Cause, who has had a layoff, came back at Gulfstream, going 5 furlongs last time out. This is her race at Woodbine, 2 starts back. Mark Casse saying she prefers 6 furlongs, the 5/8 down there in Florida, just too sharp for her and some tough company as well.
Well, I mean, Moonspun, who won that race in Florida, came back and won the O'Bridal Sydney, and I know she didn't run well, but she's so spicy. The Breeders' Cup Sprint winner was in that race, and last year's sprint, I guess, Philly Sprint champion. So she met a good field last time. This was a very good race. Dance Macabre, a horse that you and I are both sort of fond of, beat her as a legitimate stakes horse. She's not going to be 3-1. She'll be the favorite, and I think we both think a heavy favorite. Should be.
Yeah, she should be. She has the class. She's run some very fast races. She has speed as well, but it's a fun race. Looking forward to that.
It is. I mean, there's some fun races throughout today's races. More later in the card, some good races to wind up the card for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Here's what else is coming up. We have an 8-race card here in New York. We're fast and firm. Pick 6 kicks off in the 3rd. We had a carryover yesterday with some nice prices in that sequence paying out. We also have an 8-race card over at Monmouth Park. We are on the Fox One app and NYRA YouTube all day. We will be on FS2 from 3 to 5 p.m. a little bit later on today. So, of course, you can follow us over there. As always, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus. New promo code here, Belmont25. That means it's the right time of year.
Yes, 20 days away from the Belmont Stakes. We'll be in Saratoga in a little over 2 weeks. Looking forward to that. A little preview up in Saratoga for Belmont Week before we get up there 3 weeks later. And T-minus 17 days at Aqueduct. Just 17 cards left here at the Big A.
And of course, we will go out with a bang, so to speak. We will be looking forward to celebrating Aqueduct. We hope that you'll join us here closing day of the Big A on June 28th. But before then, we've got plenty more good racing to cover. In the meantime, let's look back on what took place in that Preakness yesterday, though. Napoleon Solo winning over Iron Honor. It was Taj Mahal who was intent on getting the lead early on, and then he just folded when Napoleon Solo kind of took over and came to the top.
Yeah, I thought Napoleon Solo would be too fast for these, but they were so confident they didn't mind rating behind what was a quick pace. But despite it being a fast pace, unlike the Derby, this race didn't fall apart. I think one of the reasons for it is the best 2 horses ran 1-2 here. I think there's no disputing that. And even arguably Chip Honcho, 3rd best horse in this race. Listen, they were all horses with credentials. Napoleon Solo had run a huge race in the Champagne last year. And interestingly enough, we've now seen 8 horses come back from the Wood Memorial. And while it didn't seem like a good race at the time, and it arguably wasn't a good race, it's proven over time to be a key race, because we've seen 6 of them improve their buyer figures substantially, including the horses that ran 1-2.
Yeah, of course, we're homers. We get it at the end of the day, but it is just a fact looking at following how those horses come out. You pointed out Talk to Me Jimmy, who ran very well in the Peter Pan, Napoleon Solo, Iron Honor, both of whom rather disappointed in the Wood and then ran so well in the Preakness.
Right, but they also were horses who were on the pace, and it was a race that fell apart. And the other thing about Napoleon Solo, and this was well known, he hadn't trained that well leading up to Fountain of Youth. He had missed a work before the Wood Memorial. You can't miss works before big races.
And also, he was supposed to run in the Arkansas Derby, rerouted
Gave another week,
to the Wood.
Still didn't get that work in. But also, I mean, if you know anything about trip handicapping, he was the horse that ran the best race coming out of the Wood because he was the horse on the lead. And who was behind him? Iron Honor, who had a little bit of trouble in that race. Now he was training well coming into this race. And the truth is, what we've seen so far in the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, and I say this as somebody who thought we're dealing with a very strong crop going in, it has not played out that way in result.
It's a wide open group, that's for sure. Let's welcome in Richie Migliore here with us. Richie, very curious to hear your take on yesterday's Preakness.
Well, I thought it was a really nice effort by the winner and the runner-up. Both, like you talked about coming out of the Wood Memorial. What I found interesting, though, was how Napoleon Solo, he rated very kindly in second. Now he had that privilege because the Taj Mahal was the, post one. He came out running, and it gave him that perfect setup to just kind of stalk from the outside. But he finished. And listen, this is a colt that has shown a great deal of ability last year in the Champagne. Obviously, things didn't go perfect for him this year. But it seems like they got him on the right track now, and that was a big performance. But still a lot of questions coming out of the first two legs of the Triple Crown.
Richie, there are a lot of questions, and as we kind of take a step back and bring up the topic bar here, Andy, what did we learn after the first two legs of the Triple Crown? It might have been that the best 3-year-old didn't even run in those races.
Oh, yeah, Crude Velocity is probably at the top of the list for a lot of people as the best 3-year-old. I thought we saw a brilliant sprint performance from Obliteration yesterday down at Pimlico Well for Steve Asmussen. Looking forward to those horses hooking up, if not in the Woody Stevens going forward. They are good horses for sure. And I think the lesson to be learned is go back to Orb's Derby. Orb was the recipient of a pace meltdown. He wasn't successful going forward. In fact, he never won again. Who won the Preakness? Oxbow, the only horse on the pace in the Derby that ran back. Who won the Belmont? Palace Malice, the horse who set the wicked fast pace in that Derby. So, in my opinion, the horses you're going to want in the Belmont Stakes are not the horses that finished well, the horses that were forward. I saw So Happy talking about coming. I think they'd be crazy not to come here. I think Emerging Market, a horse who was too close to the pace in that race, will run better. I don't know that Brad Cox is running back either or both Commandment or Further Ado. Either one of those horses will probably run better in there. Right now, I think the Belmont will become a very decisive race going forward, and the Haskell and the Travers and the Jim Dandy, all these races become important because we've seen some nice performances, but I don't think anybody is going to mistake what we've seen in the results of the Derby and the Preakness as necessarily the best horses in this crop.
Yeah, we have not necessarily seen a star come out, Richie, with two races in the Triple Crown down so far. And as Andy pointed out, yes, there's still the Belmont to go, but also races like Jim Dandy, Haskell, Travers down the line to learn a lot more about these 3-year-olds.
And with all due respect to the horses and the connections of the winners of both the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness, I just think the way those races ran and the results kind of make the rest of the year infinitely more interesting. We're going to have two races in Saratoga going the 1.25 mile distance, the Belmont, and then later on the Travers that are going to help decide that. So for us, it's just exciting to see how it plays out because right now I just think the waters are very muddy. There's no leader in the clubhouse at this moment. There's threatening of horses to take control of this division, but someone's got to step up and do it. And like I said, I think the rest of the year just becomes a lot more interesting.
It definitely does. Gives us a lot more to talk about, that's for sure. Last year, Andy, it seemed like you kind of had the big horses of the division, the Journalism and Sovereignty, who were dominant going in, dominant in the Triple Crown races. This year, far more wide open.
Absolutely wide open. I agree, Richie. You want to give credit to the horses that were successful, and Golden Tempo winning the Derby. Never take that away from him. Napoleon Solo ran very well in the context of the race, as did Iron Honor. But having said that, they got a 96 buyer, the winner of the race. The Derby got a 95 buyer under ideal circumstances. It's hard to imagine that some of these horses that have run faster figures going back aren't going to be able to reproduce them at some point in the next couple of races. And I think we'll see that. And I look forward to a very strong Belmont Stakes. And I just feel, once again, you want horses in that Belmont that were forward in the Kentucky Derby, not the horses that were more effective coming from far behind.
Looking forward to seeing how that Belmont Stakes field does shape up. I'm in agreement with Andy. Should be a really fun one. And it will be the final year that the Belmont Stakes will be run at Saratoga. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival tickets are on sale. Be sure to check out belmontstakes.com/tickets. Get your tickets. Come and join us. It's going to be a tremendous showdown. Not only the Belmont Stakes, but the Woody Stevens. Should be a thrilling race, the Met Mile. So many good races we have to look forward to.
Kentucky Oaks, seeing the winner, Kentucky Oaks winner running in the Acorn, everything. It's just it's a tremendous week of racing. We have had mediocre weather the last couple years. Let's hope this year we get some nice weather.
We're praying to the racing gods,
Yes, we
that's
are.
for sure. That we get to see races like the Jaipur and the Manhattan where they should be on Belmont Stakes Day. We'll get ready to kick off our live racing action at Monmouth Park with the Sunday opener. You have a maiden special weight going on the main track to kick off the day. We'll get a chance to check in with our team over at Monmouth and talk more about it as we kick off the card after this on America's Day at the Races.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Have it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
On June 6, 2019, a new chapter began at Alapa when Hillendale transferred its operations to the famed Kentucky Station and Thoroughbred Nursery in Paris, Kentucky, on a farm that traces its origins to 1827.
You know, we're trying to be progressive, thoughtful, and respectful to what's already been here, the intent of the farm, along with, trying to become efficient and modern.
The 1,400-acre Alapa is driven by its owner John Sikura's passion to return the landmark farm to its original glory. The extensive restoration includes building a brand new breeding shed out of stone and concrete, matching the training barn that's been converted to be a stallion barn and now houses a roster of world-class stallions. Hillendale also built 8 new barns, plus adding landscaping and building tens of miles of fence, plus adding roads and utilities. Sikura appreciates the daily inspiration the farm gives him.
There's the ruins of an old dairy barn, which is like the beautiful Relic, it's peaceful and quiet. There's waterfall ponds behind the house, behind the office. There's many unique, peaceful, great parts of the farm that create peace in a sense of understanding where you are and how unique the farm is.
Sakura is now focused on making new history at Alapa.
When you think of all that living history, it makes you respectful of the barn and who's been housed there, and then also a responsibility of trying to keep that same standard and try to move it forward and be historic in what we do, so that when someone would look back 50 years from now, they have a feeling of obligation for them to do the same here.
And America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Hillendale, excuse me, at Alapa, as we get ready for the opener over at Monmouth Park, made in special weight to kick off the day. And you do have a very short price favorite right now in Pauillac for Chad Brown, who finished second in New York last time out.
And understandably, Chad shipped this horse out of town to find a softer spot. Glad to see Sammy Marin back riding here after yesterday. And listen, Pauillac is no superstar, but against this field, I don't know about 1 to 5, but he's a pretty likely winner.
Going a mile and 70 yards, 3-year-olds and older will meet the rest of the field, beginning with the number 1, Gold Light.
I agree, going back to the dirt. This horse ran well enough on the dirt to suggest he's probably a better horse than he is in the turf. Similar buyers, but he really didn't do any running on the turf.
Seems to be more of a dirt horse. Here's a big price on Casbrio.
Just feels like this horse has been a little bit slow, and probably the best figure he ever ran, or definitely the best figure he ever ran, was in a wet track.
Elko County's had a lot of chances.
I don't know why he's 10 to 1, though. I think he is the other horse. I like him getting back to the dirt.
The favorite went by. There's the 5, Tifosi.
Yeah, he is the second choice coming out of a mediocre race, but the speed did hold together that day at Tampa. And he has Paco.
And who's your Hattie second-time starter?
Yeah, and ran well enough. I mean, to be honest with you, from a speed figure standpoint, why is this horse 19 to 1 and Tifosi 9 to 2? Now, I know the answer is Paco Lopez, and I know he won the Preakness yesterday, but it's horse racing. It's not jockey racing, and Tifosi is overbet. He might run second. He might win, but he's overbet.
Well, yesterday we did see the Serena Song at Monmouth Park as pay tribute to a horse that had plenty of success at Monmouth and pretty much everywhere she ran, winning the Haskell against the boys. Lost Horizon got the win this day. A filly who was able to step forward and get the victory when it counted through this race. See who she beat and how it does stack up moving forward, but she was dominant in that score.
She was, and she has improved for Chad Brown, a homebred for Peter Brandt. Wildcat, a horse they raced that won our Beldame when it was a grade 1, an historically great race, and she ran big yesterday. I've never been a big fan. Actually, I liked her a lot early. She lost a maiden race. I kind of had enough of her, and she has improved a lot. I think it's one thing, that's what good trainers do. Any trainer can, with a good horse, as what Rich say, a loaded gun is dangerous in anybody's hands. It's the horses like Lost Horizon. They're just okay that you find the right spots for and you get them to win. That's what the good trainers can do.
It's like Richie always says, too. Not only do you have to be a good horseman, you have to be a good manager. You have to try to find the right spot for your horse to be effective. There is the number 5, Tifosi, as, excuse me, Paco Lopez did win the Preakness yesterday, as you mentioned, picking up his first classic victory, right back riding today at Monmouth. And such is the life of a jockey. You get all of the success and accolades one day, and you're back at work pounding the pavement the next day.
Yeah, I mean, we see it here a lot. We'll see it. We'll win a big race, and they're back here riding, and they work very hard. And, you've got to ride for certain clients, and you have certain responsibilities. Winning a big race, you don't say, I'm going to take the day off. I had a big win. You can do that as a rider, but it's going to have a deleterious effect on your business going forward.
People respect the work ethic, that's for sure. What do you make of 1 to 5 on Pauillac, who did finish second last time out, just kind of chased and went 1-2 throughout?
One of the biggest differences in racing from when I was a kid, you didn't see these kind of prices. Now, the truth is, back in the old days, they used to say that the return on odds on horses was actually the highest return you get on horses. They're often underbet. And I think it's one of the things you've happened with computers, the change. You'll see horses going off in maiden races and cheaper races at super short prices. My general feeling is the cheaper horses are less reliable. Having said this isn't a cheaper horse. This is a decent enough gun runner, big pedigree. This was a huge pedigree, $750,000 for Chad Brown.
It did sell for $750.
Yeah, I would never expect this horse to pay $3. 1 to 5 seems a little short because always things can go wrong. But the only horse that I think on paper offers any real competition is if Elko County can find the back form for Ken McPeek. Now, the last 2 dirt races have been bad, but they were also both on muddy and sloppy sealed tracks. Now, he had run well on those surfaces before, but sometimes as horses get older, they don't like those surfaces. And this is a horse that has buyer figures going back that are fast enough to beat the favorite. So for my money, I bet a 4-3 exacta, a very small box, but I bet a 4-3 exacta because I think the 3-horse Elko County is just an overlay in this race. I'm not saying he's the likeliest second-place finisher. Maybe he's completely lost his form, but to be fair, he ran well enough in synthetic last time to suggest that maybe he's refound it.
I was just going to say that, and I know it was for maiden 50. I know it was synthetic, but it was off of a layoff, and it was off of a very disappointing effort. So at least he showed some form. And let's not forget, too, the last time he was running on dirt, for a lot of his races, he was running in a 1.25 miles, a 1 3/16 miles. He was running in these long marathon races, and it just felt like his form just consistently kept getting dirtied up.
He has a very good second by a head against Military Road, a race that's very famous on the Saratoga Live show. I'm sorry Jonathan's not here to tease him about it. And he ran some big races. Now, listen, he, as you say, he may just not be that horse anymore, but at least his last race suggested that he can run a little bit still. And this is not a bad spot for him to do a little bit of running and get a big piece of the race. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, very short price on the favorite right now. Maybe some value on a couple of the others in here. We'll see who can take a step forward. Maiden race to kick off the card at Monmouth on Sunday. Don't forget, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with NYRA Bet. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code BELMONT25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. You know, we're getting closer and closer when the promo code has shifted. Of course, the Belmont Stakes is a race we're looking forward to. What is another race that you're excited about for Belmont Week?
Well, certainly the Met Mile. I'm looking forward to seeing the Woody Stevens, where Englishman and Crude Velocity expected to hook up together. Knowing Steve Asmussen, he won't have a problem coming back in 3 weeks with Obliterator, who's thrown his hat in the ring.
And those.
Yeah, I mean, the 3-year-old, that race and the Alan Jerkins have become some of the better races we run for the 3-year-olds. The Bat Day Mile was a race that was good down at Churchill Downs, so that's a fun race. There's so many races, the Manhattan. You know, it's such a fun weekend, and it's Belmont Stakes week, but it's also a little bit of a preview for the Saratoga meet, which will be extra long this year starting on July 3rd.
5 days of racing, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Again, those tickets are on sale. We hope you come and join us in Saratoga. Ready for the opener at Monmouth Park, maiden special weight. Here's Matt Tinnerman with the call.
Two back. Tifosi. Outside post, Who's Your Hattie rounds out the group. Here's Who's Your Hattie. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Monmouth Park. Gold Light gets the first call of the day. Kaz Brio quarter horsed out of the gate to get forward position. These two share the top spot early on. Tifosi right behind in third. Who's Your Hattie next? Poyak down on the inside going into the first turn. And Elko County will attempt to do his best running later. The half-dozen runners charge around the first turn. Gold Light paves the way in the opener. Strides 2 lengths ahead of Kaz Brio, who's still loose rein, but he's not quick enough to go with the front runner early. Kaz Brio, he'll track in the second spot. Then comes Poyak making his way into third. third. Tifosi to the outside, and Hoosier Hattie, who's 3 wide. A length and a half to Elko County at the rear as they make their way down the backstretch. 5 furlongs to go. Gold Light, the leader, 2 1/4 lengths here. Kaz Brio now even with Poyak. Poyak continues to make up a little bit of ground here, and Tifosi, who's nickeled along a little bit. Elko County's making an early move from last, all the way level third with both Poyak and Tifosi with a half mile to go. Kaz Brio into second, but is pumped upon rounding the far turn, and 2 1/2 to Hoosier Hattie as they corner into that far turn. Gold Light, 3 furlongs to go. Neck in front. Kaz Brio still sent upon, but he's right there battling, and Kaz Brio sticks the nose in front of Gold Light with 5/16 to go now. Kaz Brio loose up top, opens up a length and a half here. Gold Light retreats to second with Tifosi, and then comes Elko County. Poyak is on the far outside. He's 5 wide, needs to get going as they come down the lane. He's trying to roll from the grandstand side. 1 furlong to go. Kaz Brio on the lead. Tifosi second, battling on Elko County, and then comes Poyak in fourth now with a 16th to go. Kaz Brio, Julio Hernandez, they're going to take him the distance and win at 13-1 to start the day. Tifosi second best. Then came Elko County, Photo for fourth, Gold Light, and Poyak.
Pulling an upset, Kaz Brio at 13-1 as he's able to hold on, and I think in large part, Andy, because there were a lot of no-shows in this race.
Even if you threw out the favorite, I'm not sure how you get to this horse, but he does get it done. What do we get, a 2.53 or 2.35 finish? I'm trying to, I guess it's 2.53. I was looking at the, there was 28,000 bet to show on Poyak, so I don't know what their takeout is, but I'm guessing that they're going to be about 30,000. What do we see? 2, 3, 5, about 6,000. Just doing the math in my head. 24,000, 8,000. Nah, they're not going to be great payouts. They're going to be in the.
We have the Sunday opener from Belmont at the Big A, and you're leaving me already.
I am, but you got Ray.
I know.
And Ray is dying to talk about the Preakness. dying to talk about the Preakness.
Ray
I haven't been able to shut him up.
Going to be joining me on the set after this. Don't worry, Andy will be back later, but he's leaving me just in time for the Sunday opener from Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us. That's coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
The classic sire.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch.
Archangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
Olympiad gets the gold.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
It is Timberlake who's going to win.
She's so speedy in that sprint. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Very glad to have you with us as our coverage continues. And I welcome in a new guest to the set here, Ray Handel, joining me. Good to see you.
Good to be here.
All right.
Yeah.
Spending a little Sunday afternoon doing some hard work?
Hard work.
It's not that hard,
it's not
right?
That, yeah, just talk horses. It's easy.
Yeah, not too bad at all. As we're going to look back on yesterday's Preakness Stakes. Of course, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, no matter what, Ray. It was a big field. It was a contentious field. And the race actually held together, at least much more than the Kentucky Derby did, with horses that were forward being effective. Napoleon Solo getting the win over Iron Honor.
Yeah, like you said, it was a pretty hot pace, and it did stay together pretty much except for your favorite, who you see backing up here. But Napoleon Solo was poised and was on the hot pace. He looked very poised the whole way, and you could tell he had a lot of horse. And when Paco asked him, he really accelerated and held off Iron Honor, who actually still was on the pace, pretty close to the pace as well. So a great performance by him. You know, accolades to my guy Chad Summers and that whole crew there. It was a big performance.
Connection saying the Haskell likely the next major target for Napoleon Solo, and
Makes
as
sense.
Andy and I discussed a little bit earlier, it really is a very wide open 3-year-old division, at least in this stage of the game.
It is. I mean, he ran a 96 Beyer. I just saw that was published a little bit ago, so he puts himself right in there with the top 3-year-olds in that division.
See what happens moving forward. There's still plenty of big 3-year-old racing to come where we'll get a chance to sort out this division a little bit more. That's a look at Egyptian in the paddock for the opener, though. New York bred starter allowance to kick off the day as we head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. Hey, Ray, good to see you. Yeah, kind of an interesting short select field here. We'll start with your favorite, the one, Egyptian. He looks very sharp here in the paddock. He was a little bit difficult. You're just kind of adjusting his equipment there, but he's settled in nicely now. He's walking around. He looks good. No knocks there. He doesn't have a lot of natural speed. There's not a lot of natural speed signed on in this race, and the 2-horse New York Scrappy, to me, looks like he should get it pretty soft on the front end. He's a horse with natural speed. You don't have to send a horse like this. You just allow him to break, jump into his stride. He could not look any better. He would absolutely get the paddock check mark from appearance for the Cantermasis. This horse could not look any better. Strong, stout, and I think the main and controlling speed. I guess a lot has to do with what the 4 Salamini's World does, but it really feels to me like New York Scrappy with inside position. If his rider shows any inclination that he wants it, I think it's his for the asking. And then the 6-horse Come Full Circle. You know, this is the second time off the Joe Sharp claim. Joe Sharp's horses tend to look good. This horse looks really good, but another one that doesn't really have much natural speed. I think he is aided by the outside draw here going the 7 furlongs. I like outside posts in these elongated one-turn races. The other thing, guys, it's a pretty warm day today, a lot warmer than it was yesterday. I don't want to see dry coats today, and there's 3 of the 6, the 3 that I didn't talk about, their coats are extremely dry. I want to see horses get a little bit of a sweat on it a day like this. It tells me their internal or their natural coolant system is working properly. Don't want to see dry coats today, guys.
Richie, thank you. 3-1 on Come Full Circle to the outside as we'll clean up what took place at Monmouth. An upset in the opener. Kaz Brio getting the victory with Julio Hernandez in the saddle.
Yeah, I was just watching the replay back here. He won pretty nicely, 13-1. Nice way to start off the card there.
Yeah, and kind of a disappointing effort from the favorite. It was a very short price in the 4, Polyak, who was off the pace. Luis Rivera Jr. picking up the mount, by the way. Sammy Marin off his mounts again today, and it looks like Eric Cancel is as well. So we'll keep you updated on jockey changes throughout the afternoon. But just a disappointing effort from some of the others, and it was Kaz Brio who took the step forward today.
2-5, favorite beat there. Wow, yeah, big pedigree on that horse. Chad's trying to find the right spot for him. He did the right thing, but it just didn't work out here.
28-20, an upset in the opener with Kaz Brio picking up the victory there at a big price in the first race in the card at Monmouth. Back over to New York again. we have New York breds to kick off the day. As quickly, before we take a look at some of the replays, well, I guess we'll go into that first. New York Scrappy setting the pace. This is a recent effort from him, as he is a horse that does have plenty of early speed. This is back on April 30th. Egyptian was in this race as well, and on a wet track. This is the kind of race that New York Scrappy runs, right, where he opens up and he just seems to sometimes get caught at the end.
Yeah, I know this group very well. It's actually Apollo Code, the 5-horse in this race. I like to skip this one and give a little more rest. Everybody's coming back on kind of short-ish rest, 17 days. But New York Scrappy, he's a tough. I feel bad for him sometimes because he runs so big and he has tremendous speed, and he opens up, and like you said, he just has been really unlucky. I mean, he's ran 2 really good races, winning races, and just hasn't been able to get the job done. And in 7/8, he's just up against it again today, so we'll see.
Let's meet the field, beginning with your current favorite in Egyptian, who finished 4th in that race.
Yeah, 6-5 makes sense. He should probably get a pretty good trip here, sitting just off the speed.
Should appreciate getting back onto a fast track, I think, as well. There's the speed, New York Scrappy.
Yeah, New York Scrappy, speed, runs some big races, and kind of unlucky to get beat, but we'll see what happens today.
Here is Resilient Hero, big price, trying to turn things around.
Ran okay 2 back at a mile, but regressed on the cutback 7/8, and I think he's up against it today.
Salamini's World, as Richie said, does kind of hold the key to the race from the pace.
Exactly. I think how he plays out the early part will be a big will play huge with the New York Scrappy.
Long shot, first pitch.
Yeah, well beaten. Hasn't really done much in the last few for a while, actually.
And come full circle to the outside.
Another one like Egyptian, the 1-horse who closes, but just not as effective as Egyptian at close.
That's the field for the opener. Belmont at the Big A, pick 5, kicking off here. Remember, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the final jewel of the Triple Crown. But we've also got plenty of other bonuses going on. Bet at least $100 each at Belmont at the Big A and Monmouth Park, and you can earn $20 win or lose. All you have to do is opt in at NYRABets.com, so a good opportunity to get involved. That's a look at the one Egyptian. Flavien Prat going to be aboard, as favoritism bouncing back and forth between the 1 and the 2. And this is a horse who, as you said, should get a nice kind of trip in here. I thought would appreciate getting back onto a fast track, and one that just is relatively consistent.
It picks up Flavien Prat, so that doesn't hurt at all either. I think he should, like you said, get a good trip. He's in the 1 hole. New York Scrappy's going to go running away from there like you would expect him to. And like we said in the post parade, it depends. What Ruben de Silveira does on Salamini's World plays a huge role in how the race will unfold. If he decides to engage New York Scrappy and puts on a good pace, then it's going to set up for horses like Egyptian and come full circle. If he decides to lay off, which I don't think he will do with Ruben, he's very aggressive. That changes the whole outlook of the race completely.
Horses warming up out on the track. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, I'm going to start on the outside. The 6 come full circle. Listen, he looked great in the paddock. Looked even better on the racetrack. I elevated him. He's got to run a little faster than he's ever run in the past to be competitive with this group. But, boy, from a physical perspective, he really won me over. He could not be warming up any better, could not look any better. And I do think that outside post does aid him. Ultimately, I picked the 2, New York Scrappy. I'm worried about the 7 furlongs, too. It does seem like he kind of coughs it up the last 100 yards. But I do think, depending on what the 4 does, here, Salamini's World could get loose here. Now, they've warmed him up very quietly, so I think they're worried about getting that last furlong, maybe not riling him up too much. But this is one of those cases. Sometimes a jockey has to be a good pilot. Sometimes the jockey's got to be a good passenger. I think this is one of those cases where I'd want to be just a good passenger on the 2 New York Scrappy. Break. Don't send him, but don't grab him. Allow him to run into his stride. Let him get comfortable wherever he places himself. I think that's his best opportunity to get the 7/8. And then if he's gone well at some point, try to put some separation on the field. And you know you're going to get late the last little bit. Hope that you put enough separation that you can hold on. Boy, guys, I'm telling you what, every time I go back to the 6, he wins me over a little bit more. But I am picking the 2, New York Scrappy.
I'm with you, Richie. The 6 Come Full Circle warming up beautifully out on the racetrack. And Ray, I thought Come Full Circle was not moving well, looked really uncomfortable on the wet track last time out. Some horses just don't handle it.
No, he's skipping over the ground right there. So, yeah, like you said, he's by Slumber, who's oddly a decent dirt sire for being a European-bred horse. He's produced some decent dirt horses, but, yeah, he's moving super. I could see him getting it done here. He should get a really good trip sitting on the outside and just kind of laying off. Probably gets a little bit more of a cleaner trip. I'm sure the one's going to have to work out a little bit of a, navigate through some traffic, and he won't have to do that breaking from the 6 hole.
Richie was talking about being a warm day and, wanting to see kind of their natural cooling system in effect. And there is a fine balance to it. And you were saying you don't really want to see your horses get too hot on a day like this. From a horseman's perspective, what do you want to see?
I don't mind like a little sweat. It's good, but you want to keep them cool. You want to make sure that they're not overheating. And the first hot day of the year, you always worry about them getting too hot. So my little trick would be to look between their legs. And if they have like a white lather between their legs, usually that's a negative. But if they have sweat on their neck, sweat on their sides, even sweat between their legs, as long as it's like a normal sweat, I'm okay with it. But when you see lathering, that usually means that the body's producing too much sweat, and it's not a good thing. It's a negative. Usually their bodies are a little out of whack.
And it's always what's in character for that particular horse.
That too. But I don't think it's ever good when you see a white lather. They might do it every time and they run fine, but like you said, mannerisms, as long as they're consistent. Sometimes I have horses that are absolute psychos in the paddock, and then they come out and they're like, oh, it's super quiet, and you're like, oh, good, nice and quiet today, we're going to run a big race, and then they run like crap. And it's like you want them to, and then they come back the next time and they're crazy, and then they run their good race. But consistency is always the key, with horses especially.
Yeah, it's what's in character for that particular horse. There is Egyptian. Do you feel like 4 to 5 is a bit short on this horse?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't take a short price on anybody in this race, because I think he's one of like 3 that could win it. If I was playing the odds game, I would probably go to the outside Come Full Circle, because he's really not. I don't really see a whole lot of difference in a form between him and Egyptian, but we'll find out here shortly.
4 to 5 on Egyptian, very short price. Usually is the case when Flavien Prat has the mount as well. 9 to 5 on New York Scrappy. We'll see if he can see out the trip with that early speed. Maybe it's Come Full Circle to the outside, second time in the barn of Joe Sharp to run them all down. Loading in for the opener, Belmont at the Big A on this Sunday afternoon. We have pick 5 kicking off here. We'll send it up to track announcer Chris Griffin, getting ready for the Sunday card.
Solomini's World. 2 out. First pitch. Come Full Circle. All set. Race 1. And they're off. Solomini's World bobbled but broke sharply from in between horses, now with a neck advantage towards the inside immediately, as New York Scrappy is going to let the leader press on, and Ruben Silvera and Solomini's World front running up by a half length. New York Scrappy, Sylvester Gonzalez now sees nobody at the rail, is going to take advantage and moves on through and challenges for the lead and takes it. It's now New York Scrappy with a half length in front. Solomini's World is back to second. Following them is Come Full Circle. At the rail, it's Egyptian saving the ground down towards the inside. They go back and forth. Just in behind them is First Pitch, and far back, it's Resilient Hero. 22.59, the opening quarter mile. They're chasing New York Scrappy. New York Scrappy doing it nicely into the far turn. Solomini's World trying to keep up. Egyptian making hard work of it from fourth. Has got to go from there. Is just in behind. Come Full Circle. It's New York Scrappy still in command. New York Scrappy 45.39 for a half mile time. And here's New York Scrappy at the top of the stretch. New York Scrappy with the advantage. Now getting rolling towards the inside. Egyptian tries to run on with Come Full Circle, and Solomini's World asks for more as New York Scrappy with a furlong left to go. New York Scrappy still with a 3-length advantage. New York Scrappy approaches the final 16th. Here's the late run from Egyptian, is trying to lunge late. New York Scrappy is almost home. New York Scrappy wins the opener. Egyptian second come full circle. And Solomini's World with first pitch.
Well, New York Scrappy put all of those doubts to bed as he actually did manage to hold on. He saw out the trip. He had some pressure early, and he just kept going.
Yeah, almost rated a little bit early on, surprisingly. And, yeah, he had a lot to finish with today, although a lot of the closers I don't think fired their A-plus type efforts in this race, but got to give him credit where credit's due, and I'm kind of happy to see him out of this race myself personally, because I don't have to run against him with Apollo Code next time. So
he's out of the condition.
Yeah, thank God. I'm so tired of seeing this horse. So congratulations to them, and yeah, nice win.
So Ilkay Canterbury and the Zilla team is happy. Ray Handel is even happier. New York Scrappy getting the win, and top pick by Richie. Nice call. 2, 1, 6, 4. Logical horses finishing in the top 3, though maybe not necessarily the trip that we might have anticipated. 9 to 5, second choice. New York Scrappy, as Sylvester Gonzalez was aggressive, did take a little pressure early from the 4 Solomini's World, but that horse just didn't have the class to keep up.
I was surprised to see him show some different type of tactics today, being able to let that horse kind of go on with it and let New York Scrappy run into his hand and get comfortable. Ruben didn't really come over on him early. He just kind of was wide and let New York Scrappy just ease into the race. So, I mean, good for Gonzalez for letting his horse run into his hands and getting a comfortable stride and then assert himself when he got his legs underneath him.
New York Scrappy picks up the 4th win of his career for Ilkay Canterbury, wins the opener as we have horses in the paddock for the 2nd race at Monmouth Park. We'll get ready to continue on with live racing down on the Jersey Shore. Call for riders up. More on Monmouth after this on America's Day at the Races.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care, they sacrifice, they make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick 5s, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
We're back on America's Day at the races, ready for the second at Monmouth Park. Was hit by a couple of scratches, but a claiming race, 7,500, coming up, sprinting on the main track, going 6 furlongs. 3-year-olds and older, More Power, currently the heavy favorite with Preakness winning jockey Paco Lopez. But Big Dosser will kick off the post parade.
Not a lot to write home about with this one. I'm surprised 10-1, but I guess 4-horse Fields is going to take some action.
Yeah, there's your favorite. More Power could have a pace advantage as well.
Yeah, it makes sense. Paco, speed, takes a little drop in class. Makes a lot of sense on paper.
Well, you saw New York Scrappy winning New York. Maybe New York Strong wins at Monmouth.
Yeah, aside from his first 2 races, he's been much better on grass, but maybe he can get back to those first 2 in a small field like this.
And it's pizza time.
Yeah, off almost a year layoff after being claimed for 16. Shows up here at the bottom and never win 2 for 7,500 on the dirt. There's some things to like, but there's also some red flags for me.
Some questions to answer for sure. That's the field for race 2. We'll head over. Welcome in for the first time today, Megan Burgess. Good to see you, Meg.
Thanks, Acacia. As we're getting things started here on this Monmouth card, beautiful day. And I'll start with the current favorite, the number 2, More Power, who, as you mentioned, Acacia, definitely with the scratch of the other main speed, looks to get comfy right up there on the front end for Wayne Potts. This is the horse I was familiar with from Oaklawn Park. He's kind of a burlier, robust individual, and I never really found him to be a 5.5 furlong type. He's got some more size to him, so I do appreciate not only the drop in class, but the fact that he gets to stretch out too, of course, just a little bit of ground to the 6 furlongs versus the 5.5. Now, he was scratched last weekend at the 1 1/16, so also eludes me that they were looking to get ground. That's the number 2, More Power, as they keep him sprinting, but he's just got the clear pace advantage, especially in these sprint races at Monmouth. It's key. Also, of course, gets newly minted Preakness winning jockey Paco Lopez aboard. No rest for the wicked as he comes right back to work here in New Jersey from a triumphant evening away. But I really thought the number 6, It's Pizza Time for Silvino Ramirez, dropping in class. Now, this horse is coming off of the bench and also getting back to the dirt from those turf tries. I quite liked him a little bit here, even though he is coming off of a pretty significant layoff. He's incredibly fit. He was sharp, consistent. He's drawn well to the outside, and he does have some speed. So that, to me, is going to be key as he gets sharpened up there on the racetrack. Where's that hood and blinker? Now, I will say he's kind of slacker in his past turns. Maybe he's not overtly dirt, but for this kind of group, dropping in class, I think he fits just fine. The number 4, New York Strong, fit off the bench as well there for the Cinefius barn, who is one that drops down off the 7-month layoff. Now, the dirt races haven't been great. He was outrun as the favorite last time out in what time form listed to be a fast pace, but ultimately, Acacia, I know it's a short price, but I'm chalking out with a number 2, More Power, in this second race.
He makes a lot of sense, Megan. Thank you. We'll see if More Power can just find the right field today, taking that drop in class as well. He's just been running against tougher, and as he said, could have a pace advantage in here as well.
Yeah, I agree. He's the horse that makes the most sense of the favorites. I wouldn't take 3-2 on. I mean, it's pizza time. There's a lot of question marks with this horse. At 3-2, I would definitely be more inclined to take the shorter price of More Power than over him.
About to load in for the second at Monmouth Park. Preakness winning jockey Paco Lopez on the favorite as he will be aboard More Power, the 2 for Wayne Potts. Let's see what questions can be answered from It's Pizza Time to the outside. Race 2 from Monmouth coming up next. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Side post. We're ready to go. And we're off. New York Strong, sent for speed, has the lead. More Power right behind him in second, moving up to come and challenge now. These two together with It's Pizza Time running in third. Big Dosser well off the top 3, about 6 behind as they head down the backstretch. More Power strides to a clear lead now, a half length in front. New York Strong pressing from the outside, and he's 2 clear of It's Pizza Time off the top pair in the third position. 5 clear of Big Dosser with a half mile to go. More Power still a narrow lead of about a half length here. New York Strong right there matching to the outside. Now there's a gap of 4. It's Pizza Time. He's under pressure, and Big Dosser sent along from the back as well as they round the far turn. More Power with 5/16 to go. A half length in front still. Now it's 3/4 of a length. Now it's a length, and More Power is going strong at the top of the lane. More Power off the turn, a length in front. New York Strong not going away without a fight, though. New York Strong on the outside, a length behind. More Power is asked to go now in this final furlong. More Power, the leader by a length and a half. Now it's 2. New York Strong second, Big Dosser third. It's Pizza Time fourth. That's how they'll finish. It's the Preakness winning rider, Paco Lopez, and More Power cruising to the line. Second home, New York Strong. Big Dosser third. It's Pizza Time fourth.
More Power, the favorite, delivers, gets the win, just kind of as we drew it up on paper, really, right?
Yeah, it really made a lot of sense on paper, and the race kind of unfolded like we thought. It's Pizza Time, like we said, had a lot of red flags. He did no running at all. But Paco took initiative, went to the front, and kept on improving.
Paco, he always dominates at Monmouth Park. Of course, won the Preakness yesterday, just as Andy and I were talking about for jockeys,
back
for trainers, whatever it is. I mean, you win a big race, you're back trying to win the claiming race the next day.
Yeah, right back at it. Paco's hungry, so he's got a full slate ahead of him for today. So, and did he? No, he did win the first race, but yeah, already off to a fast start.
2-4-1-6 in race 2. Paco Lopez with the victory aboard More Power. Back over in New York. Into the winner's circle goes New York Scrappy for Ilkay Kantremasi. He was able to see out the 7 furlong trip and picks up the 4th win of his career.
Yeah, really good ride from Sylvester Gonzalez, letting him find his feet, get into a good rhythm, even though he didn't get to the front and let him kind of run at his own pace. And took it up. I was surprised to see he still ran while being rated. I didn't think that would be able to. I didn't think he'd be able to do that, but he certainly did today.
He was best in this field as well. Able to pull away from his competition, New York Scrappy and Sylvester Gonzalez winning the opener. Belmont at the Big A, 592 in the opener, 216. For race 1. We'll take a look at the field for race 2. We're on the turf, New York bred, second level allowance, going a mile and a 16th. Then you have a very short price of George Briggs, who has not run a ton on the track, but he's run some fast races as he makes his return to New York bred company.
Yeah, he ran once earlier this year for his four-year-old to start his four-year-old campaign. Ran a nice second in open company. You think if he just takes a normal progression, he should be pretty tough here. So 1 to 2, obviously short, but he makes a lot of sense on paper. But this is a pretty contentious race. There's some other horses that can do some real running.
Yeah, he's got some interesting company to face this afternoon. In the second, we'll talk a little bit more about this turf race. New York breds continue in the spotlight. About New York breds in our first couple of races, and still to come, the Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo setting his sights on the Belmont Stakes, opting to bypass the Preakness and instead wait for the final jewel of the Triple Crown just 3 weeks away in Saratoga.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
You're watching America's Day at the races as we're getting ready for our first turf race of the day in New York. New York Breds on the grass here in race number 2. That's a look at Rock the Weekend. Big price on the board right now, heading back to the turf for just the 3rd time in his career. George Briggs, though, 1-2. The 2 right now on the board as we head down to Richie. Richie, I know you have your eye on some prices in the second race.
Well, I just thought maybe this was a little bit of a teachable moment, Acacia. I'm going to start talking about the one, Rock the Weekend, who, on paper, I think has absolutely no chance. You know, the horse has 2 turf races that leave more than a little bit to be desired. Even the best races on dirt, he would have to improve to be competitive with what he's facing here. But as an individual, this is an outstanding looking individual. This is an absolutely beautiful horse. Lolita Shigmangle does really good work. This is a 6-year-old whole horse. He's a stud horse, and he's just all horse. I mean, he's the kind of horse I'd like to bring home and work with him in my indoor arena and maybe make him a show horse. He's beautiful. But when we talk about horses' appearance, what are we really getting to? We're trying to match up what we see on paper, good form, with a horse that looks like they're doing well physically. It doesn't matter how good a horse looks if they're not physically capable of running fast enough to win, and that's my feeling here. What we're trying to do is check both boxes, right? We like a horse on paper, then you see him and you're wowed by him physically. That's the double check mark. That's where I'm going to go. It's not a beauty contest. Beauty is as beauty does in racing. But I thought that was a good way to point out that just because a horse looks great doesn't mean you're going to pick that horse blindly just because his form does not match up. George Briggs looks great. Form matches up. He is a little short, compact guy. Not a lot of big horse, a lot of substance to him, just not very tall up and down, kind of thick. Gives you the impression that he'd probably be better for a race under his belt, but that might just be him as an individual, kind of a thick, stouter homebred here for Peter Brandt. And the 5-horse Cable Ready, barring anything changing on the racetrack, he's going to be my top selection. I love the way he looks physically. I like his form. Checks both boxes there, and there's absolutely no speed in this race, and much like the first race, which there was actually more speed signed on than I had anticipated, there's no speed here. I think Cable Ready, the 5, gallops to the lead, and they're going to have a hard time reeling him in, guys.
His speed is dangerous, that's for sure, Richie. Thank you, Cable Ready, the 5. I mean, Ray, he doesn't win. It's been a long time between drinks for him, but tactically could have an advantage.
Totally.
More on that second race in a moment, but first back over to Monmouth. More Power into the winner's circle in race 2. He was a favorite. He looked to be the best horse on paper, and he delivered that way on the track.
Paco, 38% win clip. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. He's tough to beat there.
Yes, he is. And this horse, like we said, dropping in class, had a pace advantage. And that's something I've noticed from Paco, too, especially at Monmouth. Horses that maybe look logical but don't have a ton of speed. He gets them to be a bit more forward, a bit more into the race.
Sometimes not so logical
Yeah.
even on paper. He's good at getting them in the game and getting the most out of them. Monmouth is such a speed-favoring track. That's why he does so well there.
$3 winner in race 2, 2-4-1 in the second. More Power delivers at a very short price. Let's turn our attention back over to Belmont at the Big A. Again, on the turf for this New York bred allowance, horses making their way out of the paddock. And we'll get a chance to talk a little bit about some of the other contenders outside of the favorite, too. But first, we'll meet the field, beginning with a horse that Richie had some good things to say about Rock the Weekend.
If Richie likes him, I'll let him like him. 22 to 1. I'm not going to try and talk him off this horse.
Yeah, he's the biggest price on the board, second biggest price on the board, I should say. There's the shortest price on the board, George Briggs.
Yeah, very logical homebred here for Peter Brandt. Makes a lot of sense on paper. You think if he takes a natural progression forward, he should be very tough today.
Flavien Prat going to be in the saddle as there is Outsource second off the layoff.
Yeah, he looked like he might have needed that first race back. He was a really nice claim for Tom last summer, claiming him on the dirt, and he's turned out to be a pretty decent grass horse, but little up against it today.
Here's another horse that's been a very good claim, Iron Max.
Another one that I think kind of needed his last race as well. He was on quite a streak after getting claimed from Amelia Green last summer. Brad had him in really good form, gave him the winter off, came back, and might have just needed that first run back.
There's Cable Ready, maybe a tactical advantage.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Richie said, or maybe you said. But I think this horse is going to be very tough to reel in. It makes a lot of sense for those reasons.
And Sanzio, this one's the biggest price on the board.
Makes sense. Not really a lot of pedigree for the grass. His dirt races are not good enough at the best. Yeah, I think he's up against it here.
Want to remind everybody you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including the final jewel of the Triple Crown. Do so with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code Belmont25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world, and you could start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. There is George Briggs. We'll take a look at his last race in January. He hasn't stayed consistently much on the racetrack, but when he does run, he usually does show up. And last time he finished second at Gulfstream, the only one to really kind of make up much ground. Horse that won, McRaven, was in a really good form. He came back with a 92 buyer.
Yeah, this is a good race for him, and like he's running against New York breds today, so you figure he's so tough to beat today. I would imagine Miguel will be looking for bigger stuff down the line with him. This is probably just a stepping stone into some. He's already a stakes winner, so I would imagine they'll be looking to get a dub here and then probably get back into New York bred stake company.
3-5 right now on George Briggs as we go back to Richie trackside.
Yeah, nothing but really positives for the two George Briggs. Like I said, he's kind of a thicker, stouter individual, and I don't have a lot of familiarity with him, so I really can't say what's in or out of character for this particular horse. Obviously, he's certainly good enough to win here. He's your favorite, but I'm going to take a little bit of a swing elsewhere, just because he does look like that kind of stouter individual that racing. You can't replace racing with workouts. Some horses just need to race to get to their optimum fitness level. Again, I don't have as much familiarity with him, but I'm kind of leaning in a different direction. The Foy Iron Max made a really nice impression on the racetrack. Didn't get a very good look at him in the paddock. He kind of had a saddle off to the side. He was a bit of a handful. And I agree with Ray. I think he absolutely needed his last race, and he should take a step forward. But both of the horses I just talked about lack speed, and the horse that has speed is the 5 Cable Ready, and I'm not going to sway from my take. I just think he's got a huge tactical advantage. Now, he doesn't see it through very often, but I think the circumstances today kind of dictate that, again, being a pilot or being a passenger, be a good passenger. Break, let him fold into your hands, break quiet like a whisper, and allow a horse just to quietly, naturally assume the lead. I see Cable Ready leading them a long way, guys.
And we'll see how the pace does play out. Richie, thank you. Coming out of that race where it sounds like a plan one is Cable Ready, Iron Max, and Outsource. And Ray, that was, first of all, an incredibly tough New York bred allowance. You had multiple Grade 1 winners, Spirit of St. Louis in there as well. But there was also no movement in that race. Sounds like a plan wired the field, and it was kind of that time on turf where there was not really much closing of ground.
No, and it makes a good argument for today with Cable Ready. I mean, being able to keep his speed going. But I just don't think Pratt's going to let that horse get too far away. He's so good at reading that he can see what we're looking at on PPs here. But, yeah, that was a loaded race. Obviously, you have a Grade 1 winner, and he gets beaten in New York bred 2X. It tells you all you need to know. But it was a little bit of a merry-go-round race, but this turf's been like that, and I still think it's like that a bit.
I know you're a big fan of New York Breds as well.
Yeah,
we all
of
are,
course.
based here in New York, and it seems like lately it's been kind of commonplace to see New York Breds winning Grade 1 races.
It's tough. It's tough. It used to be a little bit of a sneaky way to get a win up here in New York, but I think everybody's caught on, and the money's so good. And Saratoga, I think it's going to be the purses are going to be the same for New York Breds as Open. So looking forward to that. I got a couple that I own myself. So
not too bad. Yeah, that's exciting for sure. Stepping on to the turf for race 2, Iron Max taking some attention as well. As you said, probably kind of needed that race. He was wide throughout as well. He was far off the pace, where, as we said, the race was dominated up front.
yeah, Flavian has ridden this horse so well, and him jumping off. I mean, Manny Franco, obviously no slouch to replace, but he did do a tremendous job letting this horse settle and get into his hand, and made that really nice closing move. And he's a logical contender. I think if we didn't have George Briggs in here, we'd be talking about him.
Yeah. He's 7-2, as is Cable Ready. We'll see how far Cable Ready can take them from a pace perspective. 2-5 on George Briggs. We get ready to kick off the pick 4. First turf race of the day. This one for the New York Breds. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
Outsource. Iron Max. Cable Ready. Sanzio. All set. And they're off. Cable Ready is asked for speed by Jose Lescano is forwardly placed, and Sanzio is going to follow that rival, and these two move quickly towards that first turn. Heads apart and towards the inside, it's Cable Ready. Cornering wide with Sanzio in the orange cap, and Sanzio wants to secure the front, is going to have to work to get there. Cable Ready's now back to second, just off of them is Iron Max, and at the rail, ground saving, that's George Briggs. It's another 2.5, back to Rock the Weekend and the trailer. Outsource. They work to the backstretch and they still go at it. 24.67 contested opening quarter mile. Sanzio, the long shot, and to the inside, Cable Ready. Iron Max is well settled. Two Path is in third, and George Briggs is at the rail still in fourth. A tight hold, Outsource. Ricardo Santana Jr. just tugging at Santana, wants to move forward, is now taken fifth to the inside of Rock the Weekend, who's the trailer. They work up the backstretch in 48.69, the half-mile time, and Cable Ready is now taking the advantage and trying to dispatch of Sanzio, who's been applying pressure throughout. These two into the turn together. George Briggs is right in behind them, and Flavien Prat is just waiting to give the cue, as here comes Iron Max, who's going to get first run. Iron Max and Manny Franco on the move. George Briggs, Flavien, still with a decision to make, is in behind Cable Ready as they get set to reach the top of the lane. Cable Ready is going to hug the rail. Sanzio towards the outside. Iron Max just got to the spot quicker, and Iron Max is now lifting, coming after Cable Ready. George Briggs is trying to prove good enough, though, and now starts to roll down the center of the course, and look at George Briggs open up the stride. George Briggs, the favorite, will get it done and do it stylishly. George Briggs, much the best. Iron Max second, then Cable Ready, and Outsource.
George Briggs with the win, and a textbook ride from Flavien
Heck of a ride.
Prat. Ice water in his veins. He was far more patient than I was coming into the stretch there.
Yeah, you were riding him harder than we were, than he was down the lane. But yeah, Manny did a great job on Iron Max, baiting, well, trying to bait. Flavien could see what was going on, and he hesitated. But once he got this horse out into the clear, he really exploded and finished up well.
George Briggs, class prevailing here. Exciting to see what the future might hold for him. Back in New York Bred Company, it gets the win. Obviously, waters are going to get deeper moving forward, but good to see him back on the track. And I agree. We were talking about it. Iron Max is not an easy horse to ride. He kind of lugs in a little bit. He swaps his leads. He seems like he's just a very tough horse, and he was very well handled there.
Yeah, Manny did a great job. He does have some familiarity with him. He rode him his first two career starts. But he did a great job on him. He was a little keen early. I was concerned, but he got him to switch off and tuck him right in behind. We know that guy.
That's right. Miguel, come on, talking to Christophe L'Oreal, discussing the race. Of course, a longtime assistant.
Even you can see oh, I'm sorry. We're watching. I'm on the wrong camera. My bad, guys. I was watching Iron Max down the lane. He's still being kind of funky, switching his leads back and forth.
He's always a little bit
but
funky.
George Briggs, yeah, he ran great. Iron Max will break through in this condition. He just got to wait his turn.
George Briggs with the victory, 2-5, 2-4, 5-3 in race number 2. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Horses in the paddock, that really charming paddock over at Monmouth Park as we get ready to kick off the Jersey Shore 6. More on that. We'll check in with our team at Monmouth after this.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
We're back on America's Day at the races, continuing on with the 3rd race at Monmouth Park. We have an allowance race coming up for fillies and mares going 1 mile and 70 yards. Favorite to the outside right now, La Vecchia Signora.
Oh, yeah, I'll let you do that one. I'm glad I don't have to say that name.
I gotta say like that. Not an easy way to kick off the post race. Salagadula.
Yeah, comes into this race with 2 wins in a row, looking to make it 3 in this spot.
I think that's from the Cinderella, right? Doesn't the fairy godmother say that?
You got me.
You have a son, not a daughter.
Yeah, no Cinderella for me.
Purple Lulu, a bit rambunctious in the post right there.
Yeah, Jersey bred. I'm sure they claimed this horse trying to get into that allowance race. Didn't go so well, but opts to protect instead of going back to conditional claiming.
Charlie's Beauty went by. There's the 4, Sweet Nola.
Sweet Nola, well beaten in his last couple. He's up against it today.
Here is the 5, Equus.
Yeah, she's been running in some tougher starters at Parks. Makes some sense today. Should get a good trip on the outside.
And the favorite to the outside, La Vecchia Signora.
Yeah, looking for 4 in a row. Nice horse. He's won on the pace. She's won on the pace and off the pace. Makes a lot of sense. Another one. Should get a good trip. Paco, even money. Makes a lot of sense. He can go to the front if he wants to, which I would assume because there's not a ton of speed in here. But if somebody gets crazy, you can just let her cruise on the outside and sit just off.
By the way, I've been confirmed. Salagadula line in.
Oh, yeah. I do
Bippity
remember that.
boppity boo.
Yeah, totally.
5-1 right now on the board. Certain things like that just make me happy. But let's check in. These faces make me even happier. Paula Duca and Megan Burgess at Monmouth.
Being a girl dad, you got to love a little Cinderella. Let's get on to race number 3. We got fillies in the spotlight in here. It starts off the Jersey Shore Pick 6, 20-cent variety, 3 through 8 races, and you kind of like the Bibbidi Bobbidi horse.
I do, and not just because of the Cinderella reference and because I love Acacia, but because that inside runner, I've kind of became familiar with her at Oaklawn, where I wasn't her biggest fan, and then she grew on me, and she's still going to be probably at the chagrin or the against the favorite right now, just in terms of sheer buyer numbers and just races run. But she is taking a little bit of a drop in class. Her 2-back race at Oaklawn, she was closing down a tiring pace setter where many others were not making up ground that day. She's interesting, and I find from the inside she'll be tactically meant.
Well, we got to talk about the favorite, La Vecchia Signora. She's won 3 in a row. She's looking for 4 in a row, and she's just in really good form. And now you got Paco Lopez, who's already a Titan here at Monmouth Park, coming off his Preakness win, already a win on the card.
She's the horse to beat, no doubt about it, and she's also in amongst those some horses that I do find have been running against better company, though. That's my main drawback with her, but you can't deny the races as far as just her sheer numbers. She ran a 71 buyer speed figure last time out. Many in this race haven't seen that kind of number other than probably the number 3 Charlie's Beauty 2-back. So she's got not only a speed advantage, being able to be drawn so well from the outside, but I do wonder with her, she probably will be pressured, I would assume, by the number 3 Charlie's Beauty, but also comes from the same barn. So I wonder how they're going to play that up front. We'll see who's fastest early. She was incredibly strong in the paddock. She is kind of a shorter coupled, smaller type, so I didn't have any issues with her, but I am hesitant to take that short of a price on a horse where at these kinds of cheaper races it seems as if though the class can sometimes jump up and take turns.
Yeah, you know, another I think positive is where you look at the one, she is a 7-year-old mare, although she's got the best race on the program. You do have a 4-year-old filly. Now the 5 in here, Equus for Pompeo Gomez. I kind of like this mare. I like the way she looked on the racetrack. She's not a distance specialist. She's only gone 4 times. Now, Jomar Torres will be in the irons. For a lot of people who don't know, Eric Cancel, who got dumped about a week and a half ago, had some ailments. He was feeling it in his left arm. And, yes, he was whipping a horse left-handed with his crop yesterday, and his arm came out of the socket, and he was going to get a MRI, so he's going to rest for this weekend. It just shows you how tough these guys are. I like the 5. I think she has a good shot in here.
I think she does, especially if she runs back to that 2-back race, but she was well beaten. We'll see about the distance, as she could get it, but they're loading into the gate, Paul, as it looks like we're going to let Matt Dinnerman take it from here.
Two-back, Equus, La Vecchia Signora to the outside. La Vecchia Signora coming up to the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. Awkward break here from number 3 Charlie's Beauty, who broke alertly and then took up sharply, drops to the back of the pack. Going to the front, that's Equus from La Vecchia Signora on a hold right now. Asked to ration her speed second. The Gray Purple Lulu third. Salagadula fourth going into the turn. Then Sweet Nola, Charlie's Beauty after the awkward getaway from the gate is last, 7 lengths behind. Battle on the front end here. Purple Lulu keen to go. Wants to get after Equus, who's also on a hold right now. Equus narrow lead. Purple Lulu hooks up with her, and those two hook up. They open up 2.5. La Vecchia Signora runs in third and races alone. 2.5 clear of Salagadula. A length and a half or 2 to Sweet Nola, and Charlie's Beauty outside at the back of the pack with 5 furlongs to go. Equus and jockey Jomar Torres lead the way a length from Purple Lulu, the longest shot in the race, back to second clearly. And now Equus opens up 2 with a half mile to go. Purple Lulu losing position here. La Vecchia Signora passing that one, and the 2 favorites now 1-2 going into the turn. Salagadula in the 4th position, sent upon. Sweet Nola also under a ride. Charlie's Beauty 3 wide with that pair as they round the far turn. Equus about 5/16 to go has increased the lead to 3.5. La Vecchia Signora in an all-out drive running in second. Purple Lulu third under the stick with a 1/4 mile more to go. It's Equus by 5 hitting the top of the stretch. La Vecchia Signora still chasing behind in second. Equus, it's her race to lose with a furlong to go, and she has increased the lead to 7. Equus has run away from the competition here. The battles for the minor awards. Salagadula coming up the inside, snatches late second for La Vecchia Signora, but Equus wins, and wins in a romp. Salagadula second, Lavachia Signora third, Best, and then Sweet Nola.
Equus gets the victory pickup mount for Yomar Torres, as this horse was a bit keen early on, Ray, but he got her to settle and she just extended her margin.
Yeah, she was coming out of those tougher races at Park, so it made a lot of sense on paper. She could put it together. It's been a long time since she's found the winner's circle. Hasn't won since September of 2024, but she was keen. I was surprised to not see Paco put pressure on. She did get some pace pressure, but I was surprised to see him break and kind of content holding and sitting off of them, but not for Equus. She was aggressive and it paid off.
5-1, 6-4 in the third at Monmouth Park. Equus gets the victory. She ended up going off at 3-2 as well. Back over to New York. The favorite gets the job done here as well. George Briggs and Flavian Pratt into the winner's circle.
Yeah, Miguel's got to be super happy about this. Horse ran super, and you'd be thinking New York bred stakes down the line. You know, they have a whole series through Saratoga, so horse to be excited about for the future. Ran super here. Pratt gave him a great ride, patient, sat the right trip, waited for Manny to make his move, and pulled to the outside of here, and he exploded for him down the lane. Really nice finish.
Big kick from George Briggs. He picks up the third win of his career back in against New York bred company. Excited about the future for him. 298, he was the favorite. Logical horses in the top three over Iron Max and Cable Ready in race 2. We'll take a look at the field for the third. We're staying on the turf here. Maiden claiming for $75,000. I thought this was a really tough race, Ray, as it just feels like up for an Oscar. You kind of default to this one as he has that one good race back in October, but don't his last couple of races leave you a bit with some questions?
I do, but there's not really a great alternative. Maybe the one, Legwin? Legwood?
Yeah.
Legwood. All right, I just got to leave it to you. But the horse makes a lot of sense. Obviously, they're they're giving class relief, taking the blinkers off, getting back to the basics, hopefully trying to get back to those first 2 races, I'm sure. But yeah, big high dollar 2-year-old purchase that has not quite worked out, but the spot makes a lot of sense for him here. I think he's going to be very tough on paper.
Yeah, sometimes the class drop really can make a world of difference. He is currently your favorite at 2-1. Flavian Pratt looks for another one. Blinkers coming off as we get ready to kick off the pick 6 coming up next as well from Belmont at the Big A. Stay with us. Race 3 from New York after this.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Crude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. As we get ready for some more live racing, but first some beautiful shots from Claiborne Farm. Every time you get a chance to go to Kentucky, do some farm visits, some beautiful, stunning facilities there.
Yeah, I haven't been to Claiborne, but it looks amazing.
It is.
They have great sires.
Impressive.
They run a great operation.
Horses in the paddock for the third race. There's Up for an Oscar, currently your favorite. As we talked about, sometimes the class drop really can just make a world of difference. The last time he kind of dropped anchor and took himself out of the race. The blinkers come off, and he's in for a claiming tag for the first time. See if this can wake him up.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense taking this slight drop, maiden 75, so he's not giving him away. There is another level you could go down to 50, but he opts for the 75. Chad opts for the 75. Probably thinks he can get the job done here.
Let's meet the field, beginning with the one, Languid, who switched to turf last time.
Yeah, sharp claim for Rick Claiming, first time out on the dirt, sprinting, stretches out, and ran a pretty good third.
There is Chips and Fish, blinkers on.
Yeah, it was in that wacky race last time. Ran a really good race, just lacked that last little kick to get the job done.
And have been against a bit lesser as well. Fateful Lightning goes back to the turf.
Yeah, interesting one. If I'm playing trainer here, I think that Gus might have tried to take a little bit of class relief instead of dropping to maiden 50. It's all they have on dirt. Go to the maiden 75 and see if he can get the job done, because he does have some past turf races that are good.
Ruby's Trouble went by, first time on the turf for Teutonic as well. There is Joy Division dropping class.
Yeah, second time starter for Graham, adds Lasix. I wonder if this horse might need one today.
And Up for an Oscar, the favorite to the outside.
Takes the blinkers off, gets Pratt back on board, and looks very dangerous on paper. Makes sense to be 3-2, but obviously taking a short price on a horse with some question marks. It's been so out of form. He's definitely got to run his good race to win today. So.
Yeah, and we'll go back to his good race. This is back in October. If he runs this with an 85 buyer speed figure, he should just lap the field in here.
In a gallop.
But his last two races certainly do leave you with a little cause for pause.
Yeah, I can see why. Watching this race, why Chad put blinkers on him made sense. He was looking around a little bit, a little hesitant to switch leads. And he looked all over the wind here today and did a real big bad hang job, and just would not push on through. Switching leads back and forth. He seems to switch leads again. I can't believe he ran third here.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a lot of question marks. Makes a lot of sense today. I'm sure, I would imagine they're probably going to try and tuck this horse in and keep him covered up and just try and make one nice big burst and try and get him home that way.
3-2 on Up for an Oscar. For more on how the favorite appears, let's go down to Richie trackside.
Now, the first thing we do is when we look at horses that are taking this amount of money, short-priced horses, is something that might lead us away, some weakness, something we see that we're not crazy about. I see none of that. Up for an Oscar could not look any better physically. He makes a great impression. I think he's dropping down into a very appropriate spot for the 75. He's going to duck horses that might be eventually stakes bound, which he's faced a few of those. You can see why they put the blinkers on him, changing leads and acting kind of green, but he ran well. Blinkers went on, and he didn't run very well in either one. So now the blinkers come back off. You understand the thought process. It was a failed experiment with this horse. I think he'll appreciate getting the blinkers back off. I'm not going to pick him. He's 4-5. There is nothing negative I can say. He looks great. The one Langwood also making a nice impression. I thought his last race was a race to build on, certainly. And he picks up Johnny Velasquez, who's an absolute marvel to me. I mean, I was long retired by the time I was his age, so probably over 10 years at that point. And my skills had diminished towards the end of my career. Not with Johnny. Johnny looks as good, as fit, as strong as he ever did from the beginning of his career to now. Can't really tell any difference. And he's already ridden over 65 winners this year. I mean, it's just remarkable, his productivity, and somebody that I just admire so much. Two horses that have a lot of turf pedigree. And I'm going to start with the 4, Ruby's Trouble. Grand Dam was 3 for 3 on turf. She was a stakes winner. He was, this Gelding. She was a stakes winner. And I got to think that this is what this horse always wanted. Looking at him from a physical perspective, he's got those true longer, slacker pasterns that, we talk about. Also the wider, flatter foot. A little bit more of a lighter framed individual, not exactly my cup of tea, and he's not taking any money at 29-1, but he definitely has turf pedigree and is built like a turf horse. I am going with the 5, Teutonic. The other Chad Brown, another one with turf pedigree. If you go back to the second dam, she was a stakes winner on turf as well. This horse has the look of a turf horse. 14-1. I'm going to go with the other Chad at a bigger price, a horse that could not look better physically and getting to the turf for the first time with some maybe slightly hidden turf pedigree.
Richie, thank you. Teutonic, interesting. The second dam, very good on the grass. But Ray, as you and I were discussing, Practical Joke, a horse that he was a very good runner. He's been a very good sire, not necessarily known with his turf runners.
No, he's 9% sprinting and going a route, and the highest buyer a horses ran sprinting on the grass is a 90, which is obviously nice, but still that's you think that's more of an aberration. And he's got great numbers on the dirt. Obviously, he's a tremendous sire. I don't know if I could justify liking the horse for that reason. I agree with Ruby's Trouble. This horse probably wants to get on the grass. Authentics are also very good on the dirt, but I've noticed a lot of them picking up. I know Cherie had a first-time winner at Keeneland win, first time out on the grass. And some others recently in Kentucky have been winning on the grass. So makes a lot of sense at 29-1. Interesting horse for underneath, but I think Chad's going to be pretty tough here if this horse runs. He's got to run his race, but he's got all the reasons to. He looks like he's been working in a steady pattern. Gets Pratt back on today, so interesting race.
4-5 now on the number 6, Up for an Oscar. I did think that Joy Division, the 6, was a little bit interesting as an alternative. Obviously, the big layoff to contend with is a question, and the fact that we didn't see this horse from October to now, but at least did show a bit of speed first time out.
Did show some speed. I thought it was a bigger kind of stout horse. And
typical Kitten's Joy.
He looks it, typical Kitten's Joy, like you said. I thought this horse was definitely dangerous, but I think it had probably going to need one today. Big horse coming off the layoff. Although Graham could have probably ran back home down at Laurel. It's a lot shorter ship than coming all the way up to New York. So interesting. I mean, he does well when he runs up here. Obviously, he's had 5 runners, and all 5 have hit the board. So he's got to take some respect in that aspect.
The 3, Fateful Lightning, is taking some attention. Like you said, able to run for the 75,000 when getting back to the turf. Is he a better turf or dirt horse? It's kind of a question, I think, too.
I think he's better on the dirt, and like I said in the post parade, I think if I'm playing trainer, I think he probably wanted to take a drop out of maiden special weight company, but not a drop where he's going to get claimed. He's going to keep him today for the 75, I would imagine. If he goes to 50, he probably gets claimed. So I'm sure Gus is looking at the PP, looks at his PPs and the horse and says, like, maybe we can get a W dropping down out of maiden special company and not have to worry about losing, or at least try.
Sometimes it's about playing that claiming game smartly as well. We'll see how it plays out in race 3 on the turf. Heavy favorite for the number 7, Up for an Oscar. Flavien Prat looking for another today. We'll also kick off the pick 6 here. Chris Griffin standing by for the call. Race 3, Belmont at the Big A.
Up for an Oscar. All set. And they're off. Up for an Oscar, broke sharply from the far outside, will be forwardly placed, and there is Chips and Fish in the early mix 2. Chips and Fish to the inside of Up for an Oscar, who stays well out into the center of the course, is just going to stay off of this rival as a stalking second. We'll let Chips and Fish and Ruben Silvera press on. Up for an Oscar is now well settled in second to the outside, and here at the rail, moving on through, that's Langwood. Is challenged to the outside by Ruby's Trouble in 4th. Then behind them, that's Teutonic. The 2 at the back, it's Fateful Lightning with the early trailer. Joy Division, 23.91 for that opening quarter mile. Chips and Fish moving right along. Up for an Oscar as a menacing presence towards the outside is watching them from 3/4 of length back in second. Then at the rail, here comes the first move from Teutonic, who's made up some ground as Langwood got off the rails, moved to the outside. Langwood's right there in 4th, and Fateful Lightning from the back has now picked up a spot as in 5th. In between horses, there comes Joy Division, and that relegates Ruby's Trouble to the back end of the field. 50.59 for the half-mile time. Chips and Fish about to take him into the far turn, is still up by a length. Up for an Oscar. Flavien Prat has been there throughout as they work into the turn now, and Up for an Oscar asked to do more. Chips and Fish has started the sprint for home, and given the cue is Up for an Oscar, is staying right with that leader. Chips and Fish is still game, and Chips and Fish at the top of the lane. Chips and Fish Up for an Oscar now asks the question down the center of the course to run that leader down, but is hard to reel in. Chips and Fish is a stubborn leader who's still there and opening up again. Chips and Fish inside the final furlong. Chips and Fish is up by 3-4 lengths now. Here comes Fateful Lightning from out of the pack for a late second. Chips and Fish at a price. Fateful Lightning second, then Langwood and Teutonic.
Chips and Fish, gate to wire, pulls the upset at 14-1. Nice win for Antonio Arriaga, who claimed this horse, and he was actually, he ran well last time. He put the blinkers on, and he took a step forward today.
The reclaim. Yeah, he claimed it.
That's
he
right.
claimed it, and then he got taken from him. He took him back last time in that wacky race that Gokakaya made that crazy middle move and hung on
And
for
dead
the
heat.
dead heat. But yeah, no, Chips and Fish. Great run, great ride by Ruben, getting to the front here and just letting the horse do the talking. 23-4, 50-2, you know, modest fractions for this turf course, and had a lot to finish with. And boy, Up for an Oscar, he is got some hang in his game,
pass
boy.
horses.
Yeah, backed up pretty bad today. And
Another disappointing effort.
Yeah,
So looking like those last 2 races actually were a sign that he just had kind of lost his form. Doesn't hit the board today as the favorite. 2-3-1-5. Number 2, Chips and Fish pulling the upset and gets the victory. Of course, though, we are looking ahead to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, just under 3 weeks away now. Take place up in Saratoga, and it's such a fun week of racing, Ray. As we look at the second page, we kick it off with the New York Breds, and of course, Saturday, jam-packed day.
yeah, it's going to be a fun week. I love it up there. I have a good time. So I have all my runners are like Wednesday, Thursday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So I have the whole weekend off to enjoy the racing. So I'm pumped about going up.
And it's going to be awesome. I mean, not only Belmont Stakes, of course, we'll see the top 2 finishers from the Derby coming back. We'll see who comes out from the Preakness and some horses waiting in the wings as well. But I think the Woody Stevens is going to be a great race. The Matt Miles, always such an exciting one. There's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be great racing. They put on such a great card. And like you said, all the top 3-year-old contenders will be running this week, that weekend. So it's super exciting.
We'll learn a lot more about the 3-year-old picture as well, which is pretty wide open at this point. Golden Tempo, though, he is the Kentucky Derby winner. There he is in the red cap as he comes by to get the victory for Jose Ortiz and Cherie DeVaux. Runner-up Renegade finished second in there as he's pointing to the Belmont Stakes as well. He's already up at Saratoga in that preparation. And you and I were talking about how post positions probably really impacted who finished first and who finished second.
Yeah, I'm excited for this rematch, plus the other horses, like you said, that have been asserting themselves in this division. But yeah, I think if we switch post positions, I have a strong feeling we'd have a different outcome in that race. You know, no knocks on Golden Tempo. Obviously, he got the job done, but Renegade was really compromised from that one post. Irad was pretty aggressive out of the gate, trying to push over some of the contenders to his outside, and he had to make a little bit. Well, he felt like he needed to make a bit of an early move and tried to push him through a hole. He's buried down on the inside. I get it. You have a lot of horse, and you're coming to the 3/8 pole, and you got to start thinking like, okay, I need to get out of traffic here. Ended up probably costing him, I would think. Yeah,
So we'll see. It'll be fun to get a chance to see them rematch for sure.
Totally.
Looking forward to that. Them lining up in the gate once again. Golden Tempo and Renegade, the top 2 finishers from this year's Kentucky Derby. And it will be nice to get a chance in the Belmont to see all of these 3-year-olds kind of settle it on the track. You know, you still have races like the Haskell and the Travers down the line. But I think as far as now, with 2 races on the Triple Crown underway and all the preps out of the way, there's no real kind of leader of the pack.
I think this race is going to be the game changer here. It's going to kind of decide who the best horse is in that division, I would think.
Looking forward to the Belmont Stakes, of course, coming up in Saratoga. We hope you join us. The final year the Belmont will be at Saratoga before we're back at our rightful home.
Yeah, no, I'm excited.
Yeah,
I'm so excited for Belmont. It looks so nice.
It looks amazing when you get a chance to be on the backside and see it kind of rising
it's
up.
So
and,
cool. It looks like such a cool facility. I'm so pumped.
It is a lot to look forward to of our new Belmont Park. First, though, we have race 4 coming up next at Monmouth. Starter allowance to kick off the card, as Poggi, second off the claim, is the one to kick off the post break.
Yes, second off the claim, one first off the claim, and this is supposed to be an easier spot, although I think this race came up a little bit tougher. 8 days rest, so a lot to ask.
By the way, on the 1, I believe that's Yomar Torres. Sammy Marin is off his mounts today. The 3, Guapo again went by. He's your favorite. More on him in a moment. There's the 6, Chuck Willis.
Chuck Willis, the 10-year-old warhorse. I think he might have needed that first run, but he came out with a lot of energy, speed, and got a little tired. I would expect him to move up off of that.
And the number 7, My Mamba to the outside.
Yeah, I just don't see it for this horse. I understand it's a small field, so he's going to take some play, but 9-2 is a little shocking for me.
He's well beaten by a couple of these other horses in his last outing. Well, that's the field for the 4th. Let's check in with Paul and Megan.
Oh, thank you, Keisha. Thank you, Ray. The start of the pick 5 will start here in race number 4. And we just got a little bit of a 4-pack. Looks like it's going to be a heavy favorite in Guapo again. Right now, 3-5 might float up a tiny bit.
Might. I kind of thought the 1 and 3 would maybe be a little bit closer, but if the 3 runs back to any of those prior races, he's going to be easily the horse to beat, especially in this compact field with Paco Lopez aboard.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have 2 sets of horses here. The 3 and the 6, I would think Chuck Willis really has, Ray said a 10-year-old really has one way to go, Meg. So I would think you're going to see the 3 and the 6 out there, and within the 1 and the 7. Now, the 7 is a horse that has some gait issues, kind of like his daddy did. Kobe's back, and he is a gray like his daddy. The 1 or the 3, obviously the 1's the better proposition of the horses that have come off the pace. Or 7, excuse me.
As far as the 7's concerned, I'd agree with that. He's just lacking in form. But when you get kind of these shorter groups, second off of the bench, I'd agree maybe a chance there. Has been putting in some decent works here at Monmouth prior to the layoff. And as for price is interesting, just has been beaten by these. And as far as number 6, Chuck Willis, I think this horse just needs to find a turf course. That's my problem with him.
Yeah, I mean, he's 10 too. I mean, can he really back races up? He does have that 1 race at Aqueduct. That would probably polish this field, most definitely, but he's going to have to deal with the 3 early in here. Now the 1 with Yomar aboard, Poggi, looking to be the first 2-time winner of this meet. He's only 5 for 48. I was kind of surprised he won last time, But in a 4-horse field, I wouldn't be surprised if he won today.
That was my issue with him, too. Just not wanting to necessarily find the winner's circle, as he did beat my man Woody last time out, who did scratch out of this race. But as far as Bogey's concerned, coming off of a very quick turnaround, we saw him run on the 9th of May. And just looking at him, it doesn't seem as if though it's taken anything out of him. He's strong, he's fit, collected here for the Silvino Ramirez barn. And, he's just tactically met. Last time out, they really had to get more aggressive with him. He needs to put himself into the race. That's the key with him, especially to do so from the inside. He can't get run off his feet, especially at 6 furlongs by the likes of the number 3.
This is an interesting race. Acacia, we've talked about all 4 horses. I don't know what else you guys really want us to do. You take it away.
I think that the number 3, though, Guapo, again, is going to be pretty interesting.
Paul and Megan, we appreciate it.
We appreciate you guys.
They have been superstars over there at Monmouth in covering everything. Let's go back over to Belmont at the Big A. We had an upset in race 3. Chips and Fish with the blinkers on. Reclaim for Antonio Arriaga takes them gate to wire.
Yeah, props to them. Really good ride by Ruben, getting to the front, slowing things down a bit. But this horse answered the question when he was asked. He had the question asked, and he prevailed. It was a pretty sweet ride and a big run for him.
Takes them gate to wire. Chips and Fish with Ruben Silvera gets the victory. Your favorite, Up for an Oscar, looked like he was right there and then kind of stopped in the stretch. Disappointing effort from him. Again, we'll see what the future does hold, but yeah. $30.52 for Chips and Fish. Big upset there, and I bet the barn might be having some Chips and Fish to celebrate.
Yeah, they'll be celebrating that one. That was a big win. Claim for 30, win for maiden 75, and Faithful Light. And Gus switching back to the to the grass and ran a bang up second. So a nice, smart move on his end.
Gotta have the French fries well done, though.
Ah, yeah.
I like my fries crispy.
Do you put the malt vinegar on?
I do on the fish, not on the fries.
Oh, yeah, I slather it.
I'm from New England, so I have a technique. Yeah, I remember going to, we're big about our seafood.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
I haven't been, so
yes.
I've heard.
Yes, big about the seafood. Race 4 coming up next at Monmouth Park. Starter allowance 1-2 right now on Guapo again for Paco Lopez. He is the short price favorite as we send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
It's post for race 4. Poggi has gone in. Guapo again. Chuck Willis. Post 6. My Mamba to the outside. We're ready to go. And Laroff, My Mamba slow to go. The same cannot be said for Chuck Willis, who just blasts out of the gate, and he takes advantage. Opens up 2.5 lengths early. Guapo again taking second with My Mamba, who's alongside, and Poggi at the back of the field early on now in the bridle, keen to go, and grabs the 3rd spot after second down the back stretch. Chuck Willis is first. Chuck Willis, Christian Mirage. The leader's 1.5 lengths, maybe 1 3/4. Guapo again, Paco Lopez between horses here. My Mamba, Jorge Hernandez on the outside, and Poggi getting shuffled to the back with Jomar Torres as they round the far turn. 4 runners separated by 2.5 lengths. Chuck Willis, narrow lead. Guapo again coming on the scene now. Guapo again grabs a short edge here approaching the quarter pole. Chuck Willis under pressure inside second, 2 back to Poggi third, and then My Mamba as they come off the turn. Guapo again. Paco riding this one with a lot of confidence here. Guapo again, 3/16 to go. Accelerates to a 2-length lead. Chuck Willis second. Poggi still third, then My Mamba approaching the 16th pole. Guapo again, clear by 4 now and cruising under the line. Guapo again, a son of Seek again, wins easily. Chuck Willis second, Poggi third, My Mamba fourth of the quartet.
It's Paco Lopez in the winner's circle again, and Guapo again also finds the winner's circle too. About as easy as you could draw it up.
Yeah, much the best here. I guess he just wanted to get back to the Michael Simon barn, the experiment, Charlestown experiment.
Did not like Charlestown.
No,
Yeah.
did not like the Brown Barn, but he certainly fired his A-plus race today. He looked great. I wonder if the week rest might have hurt your other horse, Pogi, your other favorite Pogi in the race. It's always tough when they come back like that after running a huge race.
3-6-1-7, 4-5 on Guapo again, and he delivers as the favorite, winning, honestly, like a 4-5 shot should.
Right.
Back over to Belmont at the Big A. Race 4 is coming up next as we take a look at the field. $35,000 claiming race going 7 furlongs on the main track for fillies and mares. And Brazina is the favorite. She was even money on the morning line, right? Her last 4 races have been in the money finishes. I felt like she was kind of similar to the female version of New York Scrappy from the earlier race. Now that one won, so maybe it's a good sign for her.
Totally, yeah. No, I think this horse is really tough today, so we'll see. The horse on the outside has a lot of question marks, so I feel like if she runs her race, she's gonna be really tough.
She's run some fast races, that's for sure. We'll see if she can see out the trip and take them every step of the way, as she is the favorite as we get ready to kick off the late pick 5 from New York. After this, stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
The Classic Sire.
(16-2), a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Gratefully and Saratoga Special, nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully Saratoga Special, gratefully would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. You can bet anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. I think even those turtles in Central Park could place a few bets on Naira Bets.
I've actually ridden those canoes, and I did it. I went on a date and did that one time. Yeah.
Did you see the turtles?
I did not. I was too preoccupied.
That's fair. Race 4 coming up next in New York. There is a look at the number 4, Brazina. She's the favorite and looks like she should be tough to beat. And here's we head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Yeah, I agree, Acacia. The 4 Brazina looks very tough to beat in here. She does have speed. There is some other speed just inside of her, Sabby Sunset, maybe even Short Shift a little bit. She's outfitted with a hood and ear muffs here in the paddock. I'm sure they'll be removed. It looks like just the kind that they put on to kind of mute some sound. Horses a little bit sensitive, a little bit nervous to noise, get a little bit worked up, but she looks great, making a nice impression. And guys, I want to see, some sheen on these coats. I want to see some sweat going on, and more in this group than any other today. I'm seeing horses kind of getting a bit of a sweat on. The 5 Shady Side, making the first start up the claim for Rob Atras. This is a filly that was with John Kimmel before John retired, made 1 start for Carlos Martin. And it was a filly that I know that they were always a little bit high on, and she never quite broke through. But I tell you what, from a physical perspective, she's making a great impression here. Sometimes the trainer claims a horse. It's not an indictment on former connections. It's, they just hit on something. They find something about a horse that clicks, and it works for them. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing from number 5 here, Shady Side. The 7, Malou from Gus Rodriguez. Last 2 races leave, a lot to be desired. I like her turning back to the 7/8 in distance. She's taking the blinkers off, and I think she's very well drawn outside. And from a physical perspective, she would get the paddock check mark. I'll hold reserve judgment until I watch them warm up, guys. But right now, I'm leaning strongly towards the 7, Malou, just because she looks that good in the paddock.
It's good news, Richie. Thank you. Malou is logical in the fact that she is taking a drop in class and should get a good trip. But as you've mentioned, Ray, her last 2 races definitely leave some question marks, and she has some fast races on the go back. It's just that she's disappointed as the favorite in her last couple.
Yeah, I don't like horses coming from Linda that are kind of declining like this. They drop down immediately after trying the 50 the first time. I would be very cautious taking this horse, especially at 3-1. I could see if it was a bit more of a price, but fillies out of form already is not a great thing. Leaving a barn like Linda out of form, dropping down even more, and Gus isn't one to kind of get. I wouldn't say they're giving up on him. You could always go there. There's other levels in between 50 and 35, but I have to feel like they are, not feeling great about the claim in general.
Back over at Monmouth Park.
Paco Day.
Paco Day continues. Guapo again gets the victory. Paco with another one, getting the win, and this one winning like a very short price favorite should.
Yeah, Paco taking 2 out of the first 4 races. He was in cruise control, looked like a winner every step of the way, and when he asked him, I don't even think he could have just sat there. He probably would have won by a pole.
Just kind of shook the reins a little bit,
really.
To be honest.
Yeah, it didn't really do a whole lot, which is nice, let the horses do the running.
Yeah, as he was much the best, really just cruising home there away from his competition. Guapo again, who did look to be the one to beat on paper, and he delivers at Monmouth Park at a short price. $360 for Guapo again over Chuck Willis and Hoagie. $361.
10-year-old ran well. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, you're
Chuck
good.
Willis ran second. So,
yeah,
you
he
did. See the old war. I love horses like that.
I know.
You don't see them too often these days.
Back over to New York, there is Brazina leaving the paddock, your favorite, as we get ready for the 4th race coming up here. Again, this one, a claiming race going 7 furlongs on the main track. Let's see who can get the victory, starting off with the Post Parade, the one that inherits the rail. Here's the 2 Short Shift off the Reclaim.
Yeah, back off the Reclaim. Does have some speed in the rail. I'm sure they'll be trying to send away from there.
Plenty of speed. Here's some speed as well from Savvy Sunset.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with this one. I would imagine they're not going to go and engage with they're not going to send both horses. So it'd be interesting to see what they do the first early part of the race.
Brazina also with speed.
Yeah, Ruben's going to be on the muscle. And contrary to the horse on the outside, this horse is in very good form.
There is the number 5, Shady Side, first off the claim for Rob Atras.
I usually don't like this when horses are stepping up after getting well beat, but it is first off the claim, so it's usually the exception to the rule. Maybe Rob figured something out, tried something new. He wants to see what his improvement's done.
Big price on the 6. Santa Gata tried to run last week, but dropped the rider and became a late scratch.
This guy rides for me, breeds his horses for me, Favino Villapino. He's a good kid. Yeah, real good kid. He's a good rider.
And the number 7, Malou, dropping class to the outside.
Certainly has races. If she shows up and runs her A race, she can definitely beat your favorite. But I think it's a big ask with the direction of her form and where she's been going.
That's the field for the 4th race here. Even money right now on Brazina. I want to remind you, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime With Naira Bets, sign up and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code Belmont25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Going back over to the favorite, Brazina. How did you see the pace playing out, right? Because like you said, I mean, 2 of the speed horses are from the same barn in Ilkay Cantermasi and the 2 and the 3. And then you also have the favorite who has speed. How'd you see it playing out?
Yeah, I agree. I thought the pace is a big question mark, and it could set up for somebody. But everybody that when they're most effective is on the front end here.
Yeah.
So I'm sure Ilkay isn't going to send both of his horses away from there. I would imagine somebody's going to probably sit off and that horse could end up with a good trip here, but I'm just going on class in this race. Brazina is just going to be too tough. I don't know if she's exactly a horse that needs the lead. I mean, she's never won off the lead, but she's going to be in the game. She's just got naturally a ton of speed, and Ruben's aggressive. He's ridden her every time since Rudy's claimed her. And she's run some bang-up races, just knocking on the door, hasn't been able to get the job done. This spot comes up a little bit easier than normal, I feel like, here today. So I guess to answer the question, I don't really know how the pace is going to play out. But when everybody has speed like this, I always think like you pick the best horse that you like on paper and maybe not worry so much about tactically how the race is going to unfold. But I could see there being a meltdown for sure. But I don't know who the horse is that's not going to be sending away from there, because even Melu, her good races come on the front end. I guess she is taking blinkers off, and she sat off the pace a long time ago when she broke her maiden, but that was back in 2024, and she's been in and out of Linda Rice's barn and Mike Maker's barn. So tactically this race has a lot of question marks. I agree.
3-5 though on Brazina. Those horses warm up. Let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. And a lot of times it comes down to jockey's intention. And we know Ruben Silveira naturally is an aggressive rider. He puts horses in the game. He's not bashful about getting horses to show speed. And Brazina has speed. And I wouldn't go away from her strengths. I'm going to try to beat her at 3-5. And listen, acknowledging that she's very much the horse to beat. She is an 8-time winner. She also has 14 runner-up finishes, which I'm not crazy about when horses start accumulating far more runner-up, placings than wins. It just feels like either they can't quite finish the deal, which we've seen Brazina cough up some leads, or they're just happy to run with horses as opposed to running away from horses. She looks great, warmed up great. 4-5, I'm going elsewhere. I was going back and forth between the 5 Shady Side, who has to run a race faster than she's ever run before to be fully competitive here. But that being said, I love the way she warmed up. She looked great. I was vacillating back and forth between her and the 7 Malou, and Ray makes some great points about Malou, and certainly, coming off that Linda Rice claim, making the second start for Gus Rodriguez. I just think the class relief, well drawn, going 7 furlongs. Now, I was vacillating back and forth between the 5 Shady Side and the 7 Malou. And at that time, they were both 3-1, which I thought was very short price for Shady Side. She looks fantastic. Now they're starting to drift apart, where Shady Side's 4-1 and Malou's 5-2. But I already picked the 7 Malou, even though kind of like the price a little better on Shady Side, who now just ticked back to 7-2. But for me, it's 7-5, 5-7. I am going to box the 2 of them, guys.
They kind of make sense and look like horses that should get a good trip. Richie, thank you. The 5 Shady Side down from 10-1 morning line, taking a lot of attention. First off, the claim for Rob Atras. I know that on paper she looks a bit slower than her main competition, but tactics and trip-wise, it may be a benefit for her.
Yeah, she's the one of everybody that has won off the pace. Well, I guess the 7 has as well, but she seems like the horse that's probably going to get the best trip. And Rob is a dangerous barn. When he gets horses and he moves them up, it's obviously a sign of confidence in the horse. And he's taking a lot of money, so he must like her today.
The Sharp Claiming outfit picks up this one for Michael Dubb, Sharp Claiming owner as well.
Absolutely.
4-1. You often see those horses be effective in those silks when claimed. And we'll see how it does play out as we move towards the starting gate. Lead pick 5 starting here, 4-5 right now on Brazina. We saw New York Scrappy win earlier. We'll see if Brezina can seal the deal and do the same here, going the 7 furlongs. As we go into the gate, let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call. Race 4, Belmont at the Big A.
Brezina, Shady Side. Santagata. Malou. All set. And they're off. Good beginning to the inside. It's Savvy Sunset on the early kick, and towards the inside as well as Short Shift. They're 1-2 in the early stages. Just off of them is Shady Side as a close-up third. Out wider, shoved along Malou. Wants to be closer to the pace, and just towards their inside is Brezina in 5th. The trailer, Santagata. They work up the backstretch into the inside at Short Shift, going right after the stablemate and Savvy Sunset towards the outside. They go at it early in 22.49 for that opening quarter mile. There was a split there for Brezina, and Brezina, Ruben Silvera is going to get up into the mix and make it 3 of them on the front end, and they really push the pace, and just having to steady into the turn, that was down to the inside Short Shift. Brezina just kind of tried to muscle on through there, couldn't get through, and out wider, that's Savvy Sunset. Here comes Malou, who's in the clears up on the far outside, 45.25 for that half-mile time. As they're approaching a quarter mile to go, Brezina's trying to re-rally. It's Short Shift who hugs the rail. Savvy Sunset's still there. Brezina now switches to the outside, and Brezina still got run. Brezina had trouble there in the turn, but now Brezina has sprinted to the front. Still battling on a Savvy Sunset and trying to catch them both. It's Malou down the center of the racetrack inside that final furlong. Brezina is still well clear. A 16th left to go. Brezina, Ruben Silvera with a riding double, and Brezina much, much the best. Malou's second, then came Savvy Sunset and Short Shift.
It was a bit of a wild trip, but Brezina, the class prevailing, as you said. Sometimes, right, just don't really worry about the tactics, and the class will prevail. Even before this was a bit wild because Brezina, she broke okay. Ruben Silvera asked her, and she had no early speed. Then he kind of rushed up between horses.
Yeah, I think Ruben might have heard me when I said tactics don't matter here. She won despite Ruben's ride. Not a great ride on his part, but at least he was able to redeem himself. He got him outside. Well, she was having no part of being in between horses. I don't think he really got her to the outside. I think he figured, well, we're floundering here. Let me at least get her face cleaned and see if she picks up the bridle. And once he got her to the outside there, she just jumped right back into the bit. She was much the best. I'm kind of mad at myself for not going in and claiming this filly because she's a moneymaker. She looks like a horse that just win this race all day long.
Yeah, she's definitely has some class. I'm going off script a little bit here. I don't know if we can bring Richie in because I'd love to get his thoughts on the way that this race unfolded. We knew that there was speed from the 2 from the Cantramasi barn. They actually both sent, which was a bit surprising as well. And then Brezina just taken for speed, nothing that she did, nothing her rider did. It's a bit wild when races kind of play out like that, like you're not anticipating.
Yeah, it was bizarre. I missed the break, and I looked over at you. I asked, did she miss the break or something? She was just kind of lethargic away from the gate. Ruben was a little overly aggressive, I thought, with her, because you could see she was starting to get into a good rhythm, and I feel like he probably should have, let off the gas pedal a little bit, but he just kept his foot on the pedal, which is good and bad with some horses. I mean, it's good when you have a horse that takes a while to get going, but in this case, it was a little bit of a detriment, but still she was able to overcome it today.
He's lucky he was on the best horse in the race. Brezina gets the victory, 4-7, 3-2. Was a late rally from Malou on the outside. She really just was second best in this field as Brezina. She definitely trounced her competition and lived up to that short price. So 4-7, 3-2. Brezina with the victory. Bring you prices and more when we come back on the other side of this break.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and Goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com. Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today! Fierceness to win the Travers!
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic!
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we see Brazina go into the winner's circle, getting the victory for trainer Rudy Rodriguez Jr. And I see red tag. Looks like she was claimed out of this race.
Oh, I would imagine it was probably a
Yeah.
big shake on her today. And she won like a good thing. And whoever gets her is going to be very happy, I would think. She looks like a moneymaker and filly with a lot of speed. She ran well today and didn't even get to the lead. So.
Being told Linda Rice claimed no shake.
What?
So one slip dropped on her. You know,
Man.
I feel like that happens sometimes too, where everybody thinks that there's gonna be a shake and everybody's gonna go in for the same horse, and then it turns out to not be as busy as might have anticipated.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. There was a horse yesterday that ran for Okai in the first race for 32, Kabakov or something like that. He ran for 16 last week, and I was calling up everybody to try and claim him. I couldn't get anybody to claim him, and I couldn't believe it. Nobody took him. He ran him back a week later yesterday for 32 and ran second.
Yeah,
Ran
he
a
ran really
banged-up
well.
second.
He did.
Yeah.
He did. Well, 394 on Brazina gets the victory in race number 4. Back on the turf for the 5th race. This is a good one coming up as we take a look at the field here. Turf sprint for fillies and mares. Right now it's Pandora's Gift, who is the favorite, as she will try to turn things around with the addition of blinkers.
Yeah, I'm not on for this race, but yeah, it's an interesting race. It looks like there's a good few horses that could win this race. So, yeah, it's exciting.
We have the 5th coming up at Belmont at the Big A, and then we also have the 5th coming up at Monmouth Park. We'll talk a bit more about it after this. We're going to take a quick time out and check in with our team over on the Jersey Shore after this. America's Day at the races continues on the other side of this quick break. Horses on the track, about 5 minutes to post for the late pick 4 at Monmouth Park.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick three, $3 late pick three, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why Naira is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The Naira Foundation, supporting our community.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we have the 5th race from Monmouth coming up on the turf, a maiden claiming for $25,000, as right now it is the number 6 Cairo Girl who's the favorite for Kelly Breen and Paco Lopez. These two have been off to quite a hot start at the Monmouth meet.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just as simple as that. This is a really tough race to come up with a horse alike, so people are gonna gravitate to the connections, and it makes a lot of sense. They win a lot of races. Kelly Breen is off to a wicked hot start there, 58%, 7 for 12, 7 wins in 12
Pretty
starts.
impressive for sure. Even money on that one right now as we head over to Monmouth and check in with Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, you're right. Kelly Breen's just gotten off to a red-hot start. You know, at the beginning of this meet, he had said he had brought 45 horses here, and he wasn't kidding around. He's been dropping with a lot of horses with some purpose here. Now, Cairo's Girl with Paco Lopez aboard, one turf start. Now, that was at Gulfstream Park where she showed a little speed and kind of backed out of it. You know, when you look at the body of this field, there is some pace in this race, but when you keep going back, you kind of land on her. Just at the end of the day, does Paco sit the trip and get the job done? Now, the outside filly, Abby Jean, you know, will be ridden by Chantel Sutherland. You know, this horse used to be in the Lindsay Schultz barn, has 2 turf efforts that fit here. Now in the Chuck Spina barn. Now, Chuck did have a winner yesterday on the card, and, you know, from turf to turf, he's only had 13 horses run that in the last couple of years. He is 0 for 13, but she's a filly, I think, that can figure in here. You know, and you're getting your price, I guess, at 4-1. I mean, to be honest with you, the 2 and the 4, the 2 has only beaten a couple horses once in her starts. I mean, I think her and the 4 should be a lot higher than they are, but, you know, in the shortest field, you're going to see some compact prices. You know, the 3 in here, and Sean, 0 for 19 lifetime, but has races that would win here. If you're projecting the 6 is going to run a better race, so be it. But if you think the 6 is going to run the same kind of race, the 3's right there, even though she is 0 for 19. It's hard for me to land on her. I'm going to land on the 1, Bella Banker for Juana Villa. She looked tremendous. Now, when you look at her race form, she's 0 for 9, doesn't even have a second-place finish. But, you know, her first start ever on the turf, she did run some splits in 21 and 2. I think she has some speed now, entering Juan Barnes for the first time. Acacia, he's 45% with first-time runners. I'm hoping that Morales just takes the bull by the horns and gets to the front end here, taking a little bit of a flyer. You got to try to beat Paco when you can, but I do think Cairo's Girl will be tough, but I'm going to take the 1 here.
At 5-1, getting a little bit of a better price. Paulie, thank you. Bello Banker, first time for Juan Avila, owns and trains this filly now. As want to remind everybody, you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bet. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus using promo code Belmont25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Of course, looking ahead to the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown. I was just reading some quotes after the Preakness yesterday. Chip Honcho finished third, pointing to the Woody Stevens.
Makes sense. Yeah, horse race.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Obliteration, pointing to the Woody Stevens.
Oh, yeah.
Chip
Well,
Honcho finished third. We'll see what's next for him.
I didn't see the buyer on that. That's got to have
He
been,
got a 95 or 96
makes
or something
sense.
like that. He was very fast. So Obliteration pointing to the Woody Stevens, which will
shaping up to be a good race.
You got Crude Velocity potentially winning there.
Might be the two best 3-year-olds in the country running in the Woody Stevens.
I think so too. Yeah, that'll be exciting.
Very.
4 to 5 though at Monmouth. Cairo Girl, the favorite. Paco Lopez and Kelly Breen on the turf. Down on the Jersey Shore. Here's Matt Tinnerman with the call.
Two back. Cairo Girl. To the outside post, Abby G. Waiting for Abby Jean. We're ready to go. And we're off. From post 2, Munchkin is out alertly, strides in front. Enchant runs in second with Cairo Girl, who now snatches that position away and comes after Munchkin with 1 lap to go here. Munchkin, narrow lead here on Cairo Girl. Enchant right behind the speed on a hold right now, running in third. Asked to relax here. Gap of 2 to Bello Banker. Abby Jean second to last, well clear of Refined Elaine, who's detached from the rest as they hit the first turn run. Munchkin inside. Cairo Girl, the favorite, wants to get after her, is kept well off the rail by Paco Lopez here, and now she's going to stride clear of Munchkin. Cairo Girl allowed to stride out and opens up the lead to 2 now. Munchkin tracking in second, not quick enough to go with Cairo Girl with about 5 furlongs to go. The gray Enchant making her way into the second position. Munchkin back in third already, 3.5 lengths behind. A gap of another 3 or 3.5 to Bello Banker. A length and a half more to Abby Jean, and a big space to Refined Elaine. Well out of it with a half mile to go. Cairo Girl appears to be cruising up top, leads a length from Enchant. Now 3 parts of a length behind Enchant as the 2 favorites are 1-2 within a half length of one another going into the far turn. 2 back to Munchkin, 5 more to Bello Banker. Abby Jean second to last under pressure. Refined Elaine never picked up her feet. Jomar Torres getting to work aboard Enchant. Paco Lopez sitting chilly with Cairo Girl. She's the one to beat based on how he's riding her. Cairo Girl off the turn. Enchant under the stick second. Putting up a fight, though, as they come down the lane. Cairo Girl, Enchant alongside. Cairo Girl inside. Enchant is outside. And Bello Banker is unleashed with a furious rally on the inside. Bello Banker up to challenge Enchant. Cairo Girl had to steady off of heels, went in tight, but she was weakening. Bello Banker riding the rail to the lead and wins it under Angel Morales. Nice ride there. Enchant second. Cairo Girl was third. Abby Jean fourth.
Bello Banker gets the victory up the inside. Super call by Paul, who liked this horse at a price to upset. I don't know if there's going to be anything going on here, as we haven't seen that head on, but there was some contact as up the inside goes the 1, Bello Banker. The 6 does squeeze back a little bit, Cairo Girl. Now I know that.
Yeah, she looked like she clipped.
Yeah.
He might have clipped a little heel there,
and
so
the
it's hard
3,
to say.
I think, lugging in a bit as well. Well, we'll keep you posted. We're saying goodbye, at least for now. FS2 is where you can find continuing coverage of America's Day at the Races.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Have it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000.
$400,000.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Beautiful Sunday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York. As you're looking live at Aqueduct Racetrack, race 5. Start of the late pick 4. We're approaching the 6-minute mark to post. We'll kick things off sprinting on the turf. Talk plenty about the Preakness from yesterday. That's coming up later in the show. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. You love Napoleon Solo, and that horse ran a big one.
Yeah, 2 horses from the Wood came back. 2 horses that were forwardly placed in the Wood. The race that no doubt was a slow race that day, slower than the Gazelle. The Gazelle winner won the Kentucky Oaks, but it's proving in result that horses that were in that race are coming back and running very well, including the first 2 finishers in yesterday's Preakness.
Paco Lopez aboard for that win. He's already on the board twice today at the Jersey Shore. Much more live coverage from Monmouth coming up in just a little bit. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. In the next couple of hours here in our programming, Belmont of the Big A, races 5 through 8. We're fast and firm in New York. As mentioned, race 5 now about 6 minutes away. And races 6 through 8 to come at the Jersey Shore. Fast and firm out at Monmouth as well. And race 7, we'll start that $5 late double. We have Paula Duca and Megan Burgess live on site out at Monmouth, who will check in with it just a little bit. You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Get a $25 free play in the Belmont. There we go. We've updated things. Belmont 25, the code to use and sign up. Get that $200 deposit match, new customer bonus as well. Right there at NairaBets.com. Play with us through the Belmont at Saratoga, all summer at Saratoga and beyond. Race 5 here in New York. 6 furlongs outer turf rail is out 24 feet on the outer turf in this allowance optional claiming race.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Without Cause is sort of only hovering as a slight favorite here at this point. It is heavily favored if you look at the multi-race bets, and will be favored Without Cause by post time.
Rob Atras Barn, Dylan Davis, Sweet Brown Sugar kicks off the post parade.
Never run on the turf. The Dam did win on the turf, but it's unlikely Zur's going to improve enough or be able to run on this surface well enough to win here.
Steady diet of 5 and 5.5 furlong races for I'm Mo Joke.
Yeah, I mean 6-1 if you like the horse, a fair enough price. I preferred others, but not impossible.
Here's the aforementioned Without Cause with Flavien Prat.
Runs back to her 6 furlong races at Woodbine on the turf. Then she's going to be very, very hard to beat. She lost to Dance Macabre, who's a proven stakes runner.
Some big efforts in the past, too, from this one, Pandora's Gift.
She has the back races that would beat this field. The problem in her last 2 races, there's some question whether or not she's competitive anymore.
Double-digit odds next door on the 5D's surprise.
Yeah, coming in from out of town. I just don't think the races on the turf are good enough to compete with these, but does have speed.
Hall of Fame Barnatad Pletcher, John Velasquez coming off a win at Keeneland, capturing.
Yeah, I'm surprised this one is taking as much money as she is, and she is the second choice if you look at multi-race bets. She's in good form. I just don't know if her good form is good enough to win here. She'd have to hope that others who have better races don't run their good races.
The unknown quantity, grade 1 placed on the turf in Argentina, Katana for the U.S. debut.
For the most part, these horses that come from South America get a little overrated and don't perform that well, but this one's 12-1 if you happen to like her.
And Ms. Big Bucks, 4-time winner, 3 of those on the lawn.
She's actually run some good races in the past sprinting, and she's second off a layoff, so maybe she improves. Well, I don't really like her. I don't think she should be 18-1 in this race and others much shorter prices.
There's that pick 4 pool, closing in on $82,000 as we take a look at Without Cause. So, yeah, Mark Cassibarn, Flavien Prat, and as you said, that Woodbine form last summer makes her very dangerous here.
Yes, especially if you don't feel confident the 4 can run her good races. She's way the horse to beat. Now, her last race, 5 furlongs to the turf, the winner of that race won the Unbridled Sydney, upsetting the Breeders' Cup turf sprint winner, She's So Spicy. That's a good field, going 5 furlongs, not in her liking down at Gulfstream Park. These races at Woodbine are very good. Dance Macabre, who beat her in this race, is a proven stakes runner that's run around here and other places as well. She's run fast figures. She can be a bit forward. I don't know what there isn't to like. The only thing I say is they're betting her a little bit gingerly at 5-2. I thought she'd be a more substantial favorite.
Yeah, is the favorite, though, now is down to 2-1 right now as we check in with Richie Migliori.
Yeah, guys, this is a really interesting competitive heat. We'll start down on the inside with the 1 Sweet Brown Sugar, trying turf for the first time. Andy mentioned it, the Dam did win on turf. But from a physical perspective, I can certainly see them wanting to try turf with this horse. We talk about the wider, broader, flatter foot, slacker passer, and she's kind of checking the boxes there. And I always have a soft spot for Rob Atras's horses. They're always well turned out. They always look extremely well. And at a big price, I could see this filly taking to the turf. The 4 Pandora's Gift, yeah, she certainly has back races that would make her very competitive here. She's faced much better. Still winless in North America, though, and it's a filly that's obviously has foot issues. You could see very prominent quarter crack patches. It doesn't mean that she won't run well. I mean, it's just something that she and her connections have to deal with. I'm going to look elsewhere. She is a 5-year-old mare now, and her last 2 races weren't very competitive. And, like people, some horses get to a point and they're just not happy with their job anymore. She has to show she still has that competitive fire. I landed on the 5 Die Surprise, fully acknowledging this horse has to take a step forward to be competitive here. But at a big price, I just feel like this horse's turf sprints were very good. She's never run exactly 6 furlongs on the turf. It's either been, 5 or 5.5, and then 6.5 at Kentucky Downs, which is a completely different animal. Maybe the 6 furlongs will be just right. She's ridden by Yedsid Hazelwood, who still gets a 5-pound break in the weights. Does not ride like an apprentice jockey. This kid has a great deal of ability, and he rides an extremely smart and good race. And I just thought her races going longer on dirt and even longer on turf maybe kind of dirtied up her form, and I thought she was a little interesting at a big price. And then when she galloped off, she won me over completely the post rate. Admittedly, taking a swing, but 14-1, I'll take that swing. And the 6 Capturing, since she's turned back in distance for Todd Pletcher, has been much more effective turf sprinting, and she is certainly a major player here. But I'm going to swing for the fences a little bit, guys, with the 5 Die Surprise.
So 14-1 on Die Surprise as we get a look here at Capturing, who, wow, yeah, that is getting over bet, no question, is coming off a win, obviously top connections, but would certainly need to move forward if the 3 are able to run her race.
Yeah, I think it's a case of recency with a win. Todd Pletcher, John Velasquez. I mean, it's almost like, she just keeps taking money. She is going to have to hope that the 3 doesn't run a race, frankly, that the 2 doesn't run particularly well, and also that the 4 doesn't find her recent form. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe all 3 of them can't run anymore. Maybe she'll take a mild step forward and be more competitive with them. But based on the races she's run and the horses she's faced, it doesn't make a lot of sense that she's taking as much money as she is, especially relative to the 3. But who knows? Maybe Without Cause hasn't run in 3.5 months, almost 4 months. Maybe she needs a race. I don't know. There are always intangibles in racing. You know it's going to happen, but I'm not sure exactly. Capturing an absolutely perfect trip to beat a subpar field down at Keeneland, I don't know how it makes her this price here. I really don't. But I've been wrong before.
Meanwhile, this one, look, that last start in February for Without Cause, who's your favorite right now, left a little bit desired, but it was off the bench, and she's proven already. We know what she can give, and she usually can give a lot better than that. But even if she didn't improve off that, that's still what she ran in that comeback race, better than most have in here, isn't it?
I believe that if the 3 runs any of her last 3 turf races, she's probably going to win this race. But sometimes there are intangibles. I don't understand why she just backflashed from 9-5 to 2-1. She wasn't made the morning line favorite, but I spoke to the morning line maker, and he said to me I should have made her the morning line favorite. But maybe he wouldn't have made her that short. Maybe I just thought she'd be shorter than she is, but I'm still a little bit confused.
Pratt for Mark Casse, Without Cause, the 2-1 top choice as we kick off this Pick 4 on our Sunday action from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Satana goes in. Pandora's Gift. Ms. Big Bucks to the outside. All set. And they're off. Ms. Big Bucks broke sharply from the far outside on the pink cap and Die Surprise in the early mix in between horses, but here's Without Cause. Without Cause now sprints to the front, is up by a full length, and there's Die Surprise, a stalking second, out wider Ms. Big Bucks in third. Tightly at the rail, it's I'm Mo Joke, and just behind them, tight hold Pandora's Gift in the 5th position. In behind rivals, that Sweet Brown Sugar is at the back of that leading group. Second to last, Capturing, and the trailer, Satana. 22.47 for that opening quarter mile. Without Cause is the leader. Ms. Big Bucks is a clear second. Down towards the inside, I'm Mo Joke. Die Surprise has lost ground quickly, and here comes Pandora's Gift with her run. Pandora's Gift is in 4th, within range as they reach the top of the lane. Without Cause is the leader. Without Cause turns up for home, and Ms. Big Bucks continues to give chase down to the inside. That's I'm Mo Joke. Pandora's Gift is trying to pick up momentum, and here comes Sweet Brown Sugar with a rally too, but Without Cause is now opened up on the field. Without Cause is front running. The main danger, Sweet Brown Sugar on the grandstand side. 16th left to go. Without Cause needs the line. Sweet Brown Sugar to the outside. Without Cause holds on. Sweet Brown Sugar second, then came Pandora's Gift, and I'm Mo Joke.
Without Cause, Mark Casse, Barn, Flavian Pratt, 9-5 favorite to start off this late Pick 4.
Oh, Sweet Brown Sugar made it a little too close for comfort if you bet the favorite Without Cause, who looked to be absolutely cruising along. And it seemed like she was running how she kind of looked on paper, and you were asking yourself, why were they betting her so tepidly on the board? And then along came Sweet Brown Sugar, who first time in the grass, despite not having an enormous amount of turf pedigree, she ran up to those good dirt races she's been running. It's a very nice race by the runner-up. Sweet Brown Sugar, just a little bit too good for them in here. It appears the 4, unfortunately, Pandora's Gift, just not the horse she once was, and the others were just overmatched, including the oddly bet 6. Yes.
It's a warm day, I get it. 107-4.
Well, I mean, the turf course is getting her firmer. Yeah. We haven't had much rain, fortunately. I mean, we had a lot of predicted. It never came. It's a hot day, and, we're getting to that point. I mean, listen, turf is not like dirt. You're going to see turf horses go 106 and change and 107. You don't see it on the dirt. It's just getting firmer. And this horse is pretty good, too, by the way.
Without Cause, 9-5. Sweet Brown Sugar,
turf debut. May see more of this to come from her in the future at 14-1.
What an option it gives you, right? You enter in turf sprints, they get rained off. She'll probably end up being the favorite, and now she can sprint in the turf. So you got a lot of options with this horse.
As for Without Cause, her third career victory on the lawn. Second start back as a 5-year-old mare. We'll have these prices for you when we come back. Race 6, meanwhile, out of the Jersey Shore, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. Sure, Paulie and Megan living up life out there before they headed to Monmouth. We'll be back. Stay with us. Well, this is up next on deck. Third and final leg, Triple Crown, and the last to ever take place at historic Saratoga, with us moving back into that new reimagined Belmont Park at the conclusion of the Saratoga summer. BelmontStakes.com/tickets, your chance to be part of history.
Yeah, no, it'll be the last one, and it's been a fun time even the last 2 years, so we're excited to get back to the new Belmont Park in the fall, but one last hurrah for Saratoga for Belmont Stakes Week. Don't miss it.
All right, be part of the action. If for some reason you can't, don't worry. We have you covered with all the action on Fox Sports. Winter Circle lead-in back here at Belmont of the Big A. It's brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 18th and 19th. After the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland, where will you be? Without Cause. Second start back as a 5-year-old mare gets her third win on the lawn. Mark Casse, Flavien Prat, and Iron Horse Racing.
Yeah, she's pretty good, this horse, actually. Got a little tired late, maybe she shouldn't get so tired late. Maybe Sweet Brown Sugar just ran really well because nobody else was close in there. But a nice performance by the runner-up Without Cause was probably a generous price at 9 to 5. Ends up getting it done under Flavien Prat.
Gonna stretch out on the grass for race 6 and rails at 0 feet on this turf course here in this New York bred 50 maiden claiming event. The 10, 21 red George Weaver barn. Favored, who's only to this point sprinted on the lawn.
Yeah, I really don't get this horse. I know Acacia likes this horse, and I have another smart friend who likes this horse as well. I'm reticent, but he did run well enough going long on turf. Maybe this will be what suits him, but taking him at a short price seems a little bit dubious. I like the 3, Dreams of Rome, to wire the field.
All right, well, the post parade coming up in just a little bit, approaching the 20-minute mark to post. Meanwhile, back at Monmouth Park, race 6, 5.5 furlongs on the main track in a Jersey bred maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win of the career coming up. And we got 2 at 9 to 5, inside and outside. Mystical Merlin, who looks like a really tough player here, dropping into State Bred Company, and then Clever Charlie outside, taking support as well for Kelly Breen.
Well, Mystical Merlin was a big player to begin with, but then when the 5 Twin Lights came out, it leaves the possibility that he's absolutely loose in this race, and at 5.5 furlongs becomes very much the one to beat. Now, to be fair, Clever Charlie's not that slow, but he's not as fast as Mystical Merlin, and I think the scratch of the 5 turns a race that might have favored the 9 into a race that favors the 1.
Let's see, potentially still going to get some speed with the 3 in here, though, right? Who was in a turf sprint really quick, has Paco Lopez aboard.
Yeah, I guess. No, that's a possibility. I don't think that was particularly fast-paced. This horse be forward, but Eric Cancel last time aggressively sent a horse when he had the bug.
Call to post as we get set for the final pick 3 on this Sunday card from Monmouth. And we'll kick things off in a moment with that speedster from the inside who's dropping in class. Actually, at one point was in for 25,000 maiden claiming, but on several occasions has been impressive against straight maidens, including at Monmouth when second beat a neck late last August. But is going to try and get it done here off the bench. Hasn't raced since late December.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the scratch, this one's the one to beat. I guess one concern is, and while the horse was obviously a huge price last time at Oaklawn, did absolutely no running and didn't show speed. Now, they were moving fast, going longer, but in the past, this horse had plenty of speed.
That was, too, for what it's worth, that was a monster field.
Oh, yeah.
This horse was in at Oak, knew what's new, has become a major player.
Right. Second last year's Arkansas Derby.
Yeah, the older horse division is one of the premier milers in the country. Publisher finally took him forever to bring
He
his
didn't really
maiden.
even run that badly, frankly, in that race.
Yeah.
I was just concerned he didn't show any speed in there, but he did. He chased, but I guess going long, breaking outside. Knew what's new. Well, it says unruly loading as well, so maybe this horse wasn't really happy in the gate.
So here they come for the post parade, and Mystical Merlin has become the top choice, so we'll see in a moment. Jorge Vargas will be aboard for the Chuck Spina barn. Previously, it was with Lindsey Schultz. I wouldn't be too harsh in holding it against him that he's had 5 tries already. This will be, aside from the 25 maiden claiming race, the lowest level he's run at yet.
It's funny in that 25 claiming race, nobody claimed him in there. The Sea Wizard, the Jersey bred. He's got a rival on the outside, but he is absolutely the horse to beat, especially given the scratch.
Yeah, and that price, continuing to get a little bit lower here. He's 8 to 5 right now. Here he is. But off the bench, haven't seen him since December 26th. And since that last start, he'll cut back in distance.
Yeah, he is the horse to catch and probably the one to beat.
Next door, start number 2 for Jersey's the Boss.
I guess ran well enough that if he should improve dramatically off of the 10-month layoff, he could be competitive, but tough to see at 6 to 1. Paco.
Did we skip the 3? There's the 4.
Who's Paco riding?
The 3.
Oh, it's not Eric Cancel. I apologize. So he could be forward. I shouldn't say that. The 4 is overmatched.
Here's J.J. Pacheco, 0 for 8.
Probably going to be 0 for 9.
Chantal Sutherland on Bon Courage.
first-time starter without a lot of pedigree, though the dam herself was okay.
Rider change Charlie Marquez on You Dirty Dog.
Sam Marin still not riding today. Hope he gets better. Would need to improve his had chances.
And the rival to the favorite, Clever Charlie, turf to dirt in the 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, I think that he's getting back to the right surface and run okay, but it's not being the favorite runs its best races. So when did Paco switch to the 3? I had Cancel riding.
I saw it earlier today.
Okay.
I don't know the exact time. Mystical Merlin, 8-5. How tough a favorite does this one look like, Paulie and Meg?
I think the one to beat definitely in here. And, you know, when you look at this race, you're trying to project what a lot of horses are doing. Some are leaving certain barns. And to get to Andy, Eric Cancel had an MRI on his shoulder. He had his shoulder pop out of socket yesterday, still having some ill effects from that fall. Do you like the one, Mystical Merlin?
I do, even though the horse does come with some quirks, as it does transfer into the Chuck Spina barn from Lindsay Schultz, and a horse that has had some issues loading. So we got to keep an eye on him, as if this horse misses the break, it's going to completely change. To me, the entire dynamics of this race is last time out, as we saw at Oaklawn Park back in December, was absolutely fractious at the gate, wanted no part of going in. Now, as far as his demeanor in the paddock, he doesn't really give you the indication that he's going to act that way. So that's what's kind of interesting about him. He does come off of the layoff and cuts back in distance. Now, looking at him, he looks like a horse that would benefit from more ground. But then you revert back to the disposition of a sharp horse that kind of gets on their toes and sharper with that speed. Perhaps the 5.5 furlongs is what he wants. He appears fit to me off of the bench. He was a lighter keeper when I saw him at Oaklawn last winter. So as far as fitness, he's great, but 3-2, it's especially with potentially missing the break, he's got to get out of there, and that's a short price.
Yeah, I guess it's a kind of the resume of the other runners is why he is what he is at 3-2. He looks like, you know, right in the fixed odds, he looks like he's going to be closer to 4-5. Now, the two outside runners I thought were interesting. Clever Charlie for Kelly Breen, obviously having a monster meet. We've chronicled that. This horse has run some decent races, hasn't been seen since the 2-year-old season.
The number 9 is one that I find, just looking at him, I want him on the grass. He's really slack in his pasterns. He's kind of angular behind. He's by Flame Away, as he did run on the turf last time out. But that 3-back race last summer here at Monmouth does put him in the mix. The dam was a dirt sprinter. He's half to a winner on turf and grass. So really, the pedigree can kind of go either way. But back on July the 27th of last summer, where a couple of others ran in that same race, still looking to break the maiden, he chased really wide, made up ground. He was a bit green, kind of tried lugging in, and no winners have kind of yet to materialize the winner that day has yet to run back. So we shall see again. I think this horse just wants to get on that green stuff, and also probably just better with a little bit more ground.
That's kind of why I landed on the 8 here, Your Dirty Dog. I understand the 1's going to be tough to beat, but you mentioned how the 9, not a lot of runners. Now, he is a 4-year-old, so I think the 9's got more to improve than the 8. But the 8's run against a lot of next out winners. I love the last work. Maybe the gate woes will subside today. You do get Charlie Marquez aboard for Sammy Marin.
This horse is, that we can forgive the fact that this horse last time he was actually on the dirt was the number 8, You Dirty Dog, was a sloppy sealed track. But then looking at him, you would think that he wants the grass. So when you do get a sealed track, it kind of benefits them because they can kind of skip over the surface. So I don't feel like he had this major excuse that day. I want to see him get better. Of the horses coming off the layoff, I thought he's one that could probably use a start.
And Paco on the 3. Any chance with the 3 horse?
Honestly, this horse coming off the bench as well didn't look bad. Did need a start, though, especially coming from this barn where it has a kind of an interesting work tab. Only 2 works off of a gap from October, so definitely looks like this colt could use the fitness.
Well, $3 pick 3 starts here, Greg. Yesterday it paid a good price, almost close to $600.
So loading for this 6th at Monmouth here, the final pick 3. On this Sunday card, Mystical Merlin, 6-5 favorite from the rail. The comeback now is a 4-year-old. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
J.J. Pacheco. Bon Courage. You Dirty Dog. Second to last, Clever Charlie. to the outside. Here's Clever Charlie. We're ready to go. We're off. There's a scramble for the early lead here. Mystical Merlin, hard sent from the inside, is narrowly behind Really Quick, who is quickest of the bunch here and strides a length and a half in front. Just a lineup right behind them. Jersey's the boss, slipping outside of Mystical Merlin to claim the second position. Foxy's Bay Malo is into the third position. JJ Pacheco right behind with Mystical Merlin. Down on the inside, hustled along, running 4 off the pace. 2 back to You Dirty Dog. Clever Charlie second to last, well clear of Bon Courage as they round the far turn. Really Quick. Narrow lead, living up to the name at the moment, but Jersey's the boss is right there to press. These two round the far turn together. 2 back to Foxy's Bay Malo under a hard ride, 3 wide. JJ Pacheco 4 deep, and the swing off the turn. The others need to pick it up as they come down the lane here. Really Quick, Jersey's the boss. Really Quick, narrow lead. Jersey's the boss trying to get by, but Really Quick has something for the final furlong. JJ Pacheco into third. Really Quick just keeps going. Really Quick opens up the lead now to 3, and Really Quick is running away from the competition late to give Paco Lopez a hat trick today. You Dirty Dog, second best. Then JJ Pacheco and Foxy's Bay Malo.
3-win day following a Preakness breakthrough victory on Saturday for Paco Lopez.
I wonder the last time Paco paid 13-1 at Monmouth. He was probably riding a couple guys in a horse suit. I wonder if one of the things that happened here is a lot of people thought that Cancel was still on. They didn't realize it was a jockey change because he's never that price and riding bad horses. First ran once in the turf, showed a little speed. The one didn't break that sharply, had no speed, had no run. Got this horse in front and buried the field here first time in the dirt.
Wow. Slips through at a number, the most dominant rider we've seen in the Jersey Shore since Jersey Joe Bravo. Really Quick with a win. Miguel Clement, strong starts to a New York spring. Looking to keep things going when we come back. Stay with us.
The Classic Sire.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend with a $12.50 first post. Play the win early and late 50-cent pick fives, boasting a low 15% takeout. Plus, play our new $3 all-turf pick 3, $3 late pick 3, and $5 late double, all with the same player-friendly 15% takeout. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness.
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win.
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for spending part of your weekend with us. Program's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We're 7 minutes to post. Race 6, Belmont at the Big A. And we just saw the Preakness winning rider who is seeking his 13th riding title, an 8th in a row at Monmouth, win his 3rd on the day at 13-1.
And You Dirty Dog finished second, who Paul liked. I can imagine him saying that. They crossed the wire.
Here is pro Belmont of the Big A post parade here. Raylu Gutierrez for Bobby Robato.
He tries the turf for the first time. Unfortunately, this one just doesn't have a significant amount of turf pedigree.
Turf debut, Dreams of Rome.
This one has plenty of turf pedigree in the dam side. Tacitus, the jury's still out. I'm going to try to take a shot. Hope he wires the field.
Todd Pletcher's second time starter, Big Frosty.
Taking a little too much money, as it seems, but it's Flavian Pratt. This horse was wide in the first turn, his only turf race in November.
You showed Miguel Clement going to break. Yeah, indeed. Hot start to this spring meet, 26%. He's got a first-timer here.
Yeah, and probable the sire, not a great turf influence. A modicum of turf pedigree, though, on the dam side. Miguel can certainly win with a firster. Doesn't need to be bet even.
Sicilian Dancer's had a couple of tries on the grass, has failed to impress.
Best thing you could say is second off a layoff, picking up Kendrick Carmouche.
Nano Joe, how'd you view that last start?
I thought this horse ran fine last time. I think this horse was one of the ones to beat.
I agree.
Pick second, actually.
Blue Pill, 21-1 next door for Jimmy Ferraro.
Probably needs a few blue pills to make it run a little faster.
Been off since November, 0 for 9 on the lawn. 21 Red, the favorite.
I can understand why people like this horse. I don't particularly like him. I think he's more of a sprinter. I wonder about his form. Just taking a lot of money. Maybe it's a good sign. I don't know. They tend to like to bet George Weaver, though, and they're usually right.
Photo's been on the turf once. It was sprinting.
Yeah, there's enough pedigree to say maybe you want to give him another chance at a price. Go ahead.
And then Deacon Blues, 2 sprints on the lawn and now stretching out.
From my friend Steve Christ, I hope this one stretches out effectively. Dave Donk, not a high percentage stretching out, but he's had some long shots to it. This horse has some ability and has been running a little bit better, but would have to take another step forward from a mediocre post.
All right, let's go back to the one you like in here, Dreams of Rome. It's Horacio De Paz, Ricardo Santana Jr., and the debut, it came on dirt at Laurel. We'll get turf today.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think anyone will argue that there's not a whole lot of form in this race to go on. So I immediately start looking for first-time turfers or underexposed horses. The dam was 4 for 13 the turf, ran an 85 Beyer. She's produced 5 horses to try the turf, 4 of them won. Now they ran Beyers in the 70s, which I think would be plenty good enough to win a race like this. Has speed. I'm a Horacio De Paz fan, and I think this horse could be interesting. Trying the turf for the first time, alive in some doubles, and thought he was a little bit interesting. Nothing exciting.
Check in with Mig for more on this one, switching surfaces.
Yeah, I feel like I just want to say ditto. I think Andy covered that pretty well. All the same reasons I like Dreams of Rome. I'll add a little bit to it, a little different slant, if you will. Horse could not look any better. He's completely dappled out. Coat's just rich, resplendent, hydrated. Horacio De Paz does great work. I mean, he's having a terrific Belmont at the Big A stand here. And this horse just looks really like he's going to take to the turf. And I'm with Andy. I want horses that are less exposed. He only has the one race. He's got that race under his belt. And I think he'll be very tough here. And if you like Dreams of Rome, how can you not like a Sicilian Dancer? I mean, isn't that the exact hunch of the day? I actually like Sicilian Dancer a little bit, too, dropping slightly in class. Now, he did run for maiden 40 at one time, but that was on the dirt. So maybe now right surface, dropping in, that Goldilocks effect, everything is just right. And then the 10 horse, who is your favorite, makes a lot of sense. And the other one, he and Dreams of Rome are the 2 best-looking horses in the race and the best turned out, the best coats. And you get John Velasquez, who, again, is just, I marvel at Johnny. He does not look any different on a horse than he did 20 years ago. And Father Time is undefeated. It catches up with every athlete at some stage. Just hasn't caught up to Johnny Velasquez yet, guys. But I'm with Andy on the 3, Dreams of Rome.
Well, I'm happy to be with the MiG, you know? I really am. It means a lot to me.
There's those Paco prices, by the way, from back at Monmouth, $28.80. that might be a record in the last 13 years.
I really wonder
of
if,
how big a price he's paid there.
If he had originally been named on the horse, if
No
that
chance.
horse would have paid that price. Because they've bet him on some silly horses. And listen, never been in the dirt, lightly raced, and Paco's an aggressive rider. And once the one didn't have speed, really changed the complexion of the race.
Meanwhile, back to this spot. So 3-1 on a horse who has had 3 tries sprinting on the grass, never gone long on the grass. We're going a mile and 16th here. And even just the turf efforts by themselves, forget the distance. What did you think of them?
I think the first one was pretty good. The other 2 were not very good. Having said that, he ran well enough going long in the dirt, and he's a tonalist to say it makes sense they would try him going long, especially given how badly he ran going short in subsequent starts. And listen, let's be honest, form is at a premium in this race. There really isn't a lot to go on. There's no horses running fast figs. There's nobody that's shown a lot. I would say the most logical horse in this race is the number 7. I don't know why the 7 is 6-1 and the 10 is 5-2. Because at least the 7 has recency going long on the turf. There's nothing wrong with that last race. Honoree would be 1-9 in this field and would win. Sleepwalking did not run well. The horse ran third coming back on short rest yesterday. But I don't know. That was a funny race that was dominated up front. He's got other races that are good enough. Why is the 7 6-1? Frankly, why is the 7 a bigger price than my 3?
Yeah, I thought there were, particularly some of those other races, a little further back on the grass. That last race on the grass, is that a little concerning that it's fairly slow fractions up front and then this one faded?
That's a reasonable argument, but then again, look at the slow fractions. Look at the final time. How slow were they really when they go a mile and 16th and 146? If they went 141 and they went 50 to the half, I'd say, yeah, they were slow. But when they went that slow, maybe if they went 141, they would have been 48. You know what I mean? I mean, maybe the turf had a lot of give in it. And I'm not in love with the 7 here. But I don't really believe that the 7 is. I think the 7's a better bet at 5-1 than the 10 is at 5-2. I may be proved wrong in result. Neither one of them may win this race. I don't think my horse is a particularly good bet at 4-1 in this race, by the way. I'm alive in the double, so I'm locked in with this horse where I'm getting it's 22 for $1, and the horse paid roughly $6 last race. So I'm getting around $15. I'm getting closer to 6.5 to 1 in the horse, which is more palatable. I'm not sure I'd want to bet Dreams of Rome to win in this race at 4-1. But then again, the 4 is 7-2. This horse ran once in the turf, was 16-1, and didn't run a step. Wide in the first turn, but he's got Flavien Prat, so he's taking money. There aren't too many reasons to play horses, and I can understand the argument of the 10, and he has John Velasquez. But let's face it, there's really no form to particularly dig your teeth into in this race.
And then, look, you have the first-time starter for a barn we told you started very hot, Miguel Clement, Manor Park, and
taking some money now.
Certainly going long in the grass, a lot more effective than trying to do it on the dirt.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think that horse could be dangerous. I mean, anything is really possible in here. There's absolutely no big form to go on.
6th race here, Belmont at the Big A, mile and a 16th on the lawn. The 10 has pretty much been favored throughout. We'll see if this one can go long on the grass, and if that will need to improve from those turf efforts for the most part.
To $50,000 New York State bred maiden claiming race, we're not likely looking at stakes horses.
No, we're not. Chris Griffin with the call.
And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Probe is going to be on the early kick. And here from the far outside is Deacon Blues. Sahin Savachi puts Deacon Blues on the front end, but Probe is going to hold that rail position and comes right back. Also joining them is Photo, is going to be 4 wide in that early group, but in between horses 21 red. So 4 of them are going for the front end, and they are tightly packed here as they work into that turn. Just off of them in 5th is going to be Dreams of Rome, ground saving. To the outside of that one comes Sicilian Dancer in the orange sleeves. Then Big Frosty to the inside of that rival. Out wider is Nono Joe. At the rail, towards the back end of the field is Manor Park, and Blue Pill is the trailer. They worked to the backstretch and went 23.24 for that opening quarter mile. Start to sort themselves out. To the outside, it's 20 Run Red, and to the inside, it's Deacon Blues, who got from the outside post, is now hugging the rail just off of them. Here comes Photo under a tight hold here in 3rd, 48.81 for the half-mile time. Probe, Raylu Gutierrez looking around there, is going to ride the rail right now in 4th. Here towards the outside, Sicilian Dancer. Dreams of Rome is there in 6th, back there in 7th. Here comes the run from Blue Pill from the back end of the pack. Losing some ground was No Joe, just having to steady and check. Then towards the far back end, that's going to be Big Frosty and Manor Park. Tightly packed here, and they get ready to pounce on the leader. 21 Red has been surpassed. Towards the outside, here comes Photo with the run in between horses. Sicilian Dancer down the center of the course. Sicilian Dancer is now taking the front end. Sicilian Dancer kicks for home. Dreams of Rome is switching to the outside, has momentum. Photo is not done, battles right back. Photo has come back and taken the lead. Dreams of Rome is lifting on the outside. Big Frosty's looking for late room. It's Dreams of Rome and Ricardo Santana Jr. They get up for the victory. Big Frosty up for second, Sicilian Dancer, and Photo.
Dreams of Rome shifting to the grass for start number 2 and breaks his maiden for Horacio De Paz with Ricardo Santana Jr.
Best thing that happened to this horse might have been breaking a step slow. Because he broke a step slow, Ricardo wasn't that keen on going forward, and 4 horses went forward, including the favorite, the 10, who got burned up in the pace. And this race just was coming apart at the seams. Richie almost got home his Italian Exacta.
Yeah.
As 6 Sicilian Dancer just got nailed the end, and Richie, I even threw it in for a couple bucks just for you. But sometimes it's not how good you are, it's just good enough to beat the field. And Ricardo worked out a very good trip after that start and was able to get it done. The old 3-4-6-11 in here.
Yeah, improved effort. Certainly the 4 Big Frosty from that debut, but not enough to get this one, who appreciated the move to the lawn, no question. Dreams of Rome, a Delphi Racing Club. Again, Horacio De Paz and Ricardo Santana Jr. at 4-1.
Yeah, it's a good ride by Ricardo. And I think, in this situation, he just was allowed the horse to find the right position where if the race sort of fell into his lap late, he could get it done. And that's what this race was really about. And, you can talk about the 48-4 first half. 23.24 is moving. I mean, look at that fraction compared to the rest of the timing of this race. They were going just too fast early, and that's what happened when 4 of them eventually went for the lead.
3-4-6-11. Dreams of Rome, start number 2. By about 3/4 of a length. Preakness Saturday. Napoleon Solo comes up big. Now, what is next? We'll have that when we come back.
Horacio.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Perfect. Sunday afternoon here in the Big Apple, and Dreams of Rome made the right call here to switch this one to the grass. Horacio De Paz, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Adelphi Racing Club.
Yeah, just, Ricardo did what you have to do. Gave the horse its best chance to win. Wasn't going to make the lead after breaking a little slowly, ended up being a contested pace, got position behind horses, got away from the two who was going to back up in his face around the first turn, and just stayed in that position. And as the race sort of came apart in the late stages, he was able to get it done. And it's about winning the races you're in. And he got the job done here for Horacio De Paz.
3, 4, 6, 11, 4-1 over 4-1 over 2 15-1 shots there to complete your superfecta in that sixth race to start off his final pick 3 on the card. Yesterday, Laurel Park, Paco Lopez, career-defining win for him on Napoleon Solo, and for Chad Summers. This horse we knew as a 2-year-old when we saw him in the Champagne. He had a ton of talent, and he certainly, we had questions. We heard rumors he wasn't going to run in this prep. Wasn't just a lot of question marks around him. Certainly, he was ready to run in this race.
Well, I mean, one of the things we talked about before the race was that when he came into the Wood Memorial, he had missed his last work. Now, Chad Summers can say, I'm not concerned about it, but that's trainer he's trying to get a race into him. And I get it, but nobody wants to miss their last work, especially before a big, big race. And frankly, in the context of the Wood, he ran a tremendous race considering how fast the pace was, and it collapsed. He didn't give it up until the late stages. And now he's been training well going into this race. So finally, Chad got him at least to a place where he could get him to train well into the race. And let's be honest, it wasn't the strongest of Preakness fields ever. And this horse's Champagne was the most impressive 2-year-old race I think we saw last year. I mean, he broke Tom Amos's horse's heart, the horse with the huge win up in Saratoga. And suddenly he's in a race, and I think a lot of people thought, well, there's a lot of pace in here. He'll get burned up in the pace, which is not an unfair assumption. But you know what? We had the meltdown in the Derby. If the game was that easy, and I think a lot of people saw the Derby and said, meltdown's going to happen again, it just doesn't really work that way. Iron Honor, another horse close to the pace in the Wood. The Wood is a race now where 9 of the 12 horses have come back to run from the Wood. Albus ran badly in the Derby. Another horse who just can't run anymore was virtually eased. The other 7 have improved their buyer figures from 13 to 18 points. And that includes first finishers. Minor Inconvenience finished 3rd in the Sir Barton, improved 15 points yesterday. I was talking to Andy Beyer about it today, and I said, I don't think your figure is wrong for the Wood. Maybe it's 2 or 3 points low. I just think it's one of these odd races, a true key race, that for whatever reason is proving to be better going forward than it was. It was a slow race. I'm not defending the Wood. It was slower than the Gazelle. I know the Gazelle produced the winner of the Kentucky Oaks, but it's proving to be a good race going forward.
Meanwhile, as for Paco Lopez, again, trying to win his 13th riding title, the Jersey Shore.
He's already won it.
Probably has. And his 8th in a row. He's never won a Haskell. Napoleon Solo is going on to the Haskell. He'll have a pretty good chance to get that done. Well, I know there's a monster that's showing up against him.
Here's my plan. He runs in the Haskell. He doesn't win. They cut him back, and he wins the Allen Jerkins. You heard it here.
All right, let him enjoy this moment for now. Let's get Paulie and Megan's thoughts on that performance from Saturday.
Joined by Preakness winning jockey Paco Lopez, fresh off that victory, a career-defining one that came last night aboard Napoleon Solo. Just talk me through what went through your mind and just all the emotions behind that kind of triumph.
That's right, well, I feel very great, when the win races big like that, and you have to pick it up the right horse pretty short in the race, and my horse is feeling very good, and my horse, she's running very well, Napoleon. She did it very well yesterday.
Talk me through the relationship with Chad Summers, Gold Square, and just being able to secure a relationship like that and continue on with previous Grade 1 winner Napoleon Solo certainly accomplished it too.
Yeah, for sure. I ride that horse in Ecuador, and Chad Summers, he have a lot of pressure, and she want to be in the Kentucky Derby for making the points. And he told me, Paco, you have to ask and put her in the race. I haven't the whole one. I used it too much the last time, and then he was tired to the last quarter of that horse. And this time, I have the position outside, a lot of speed, and Charles Armes said, Paco, I know she have a lot of speed playing the break. I know one thing, Paco, that horse is ready before the last time. And he did it. He was ready. I let it go, the horse. The horse is very confident, comfortable. He break good, no problem at all. I think he have more speed, more horses. Nobody want to go. I follow the one, wait. When they come into the straight, I let it go. He respond very well, Napoleon, yesterday.
That's for sure. It was certainly a race with speed, but you played it right. Your first Triple Crown victory in that Preakness and getting right back to business aboard and the winner's circle here at Monmouth Park. But congratulations on an incredible day yesterday, Paco.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Guys, Napoleon Solo sure looks to be a competitor, not just in the 3-year-old division going long, but just gleaning from the feedback. He's got a world of talent with lots of options for trainer Chad Summers.
And, yeah, the Haskell next, over 4,400 career wins for Paco Lopez. That was just the 5th Grade 1 win of his career. As we bring in Paulie now, nice job on that interview, Megan. Your thoughts on that performance we saw yesterday?
It was a tremendous performance. I think a lot of people forget, and they went back and looked at the format. A lot of people go, this horse won the Champagne. I think his resume, a lot of people didn't realize it was that good going into the race.
Right, and per Acacia Clement, when you see a Grade 1 winner in a race, in a Grade 1 race, you usually probably need to kind of glean that class. But Chad Summers had mentioned as soon as the race was over, likely the Haskell, but also this horse does have opportunities to me, as Andy alluded to. I'm not sure if, Chad's probably going to consult with Andy on plans moving forward, but I'd agree that this horse has a huge future, even going shorter. But this horse earned a 96 Beyer speed figure in this effort in the Preakness Stakes. Journalism a 98 last year, of course, different racetrack. But also Golden Tempo, 95 Beyer speed figure in the Kentucky Derby. A lot slower than in a pace meltdown kind of situation, which all kind of points to the one glaring question, the 3-year-old crop and its strength overall. Napoleon Solo certainly brought his A-game yesterday. To me, I'd agree with Andy. I'm very interested to see him going shorter. It was a beautiful trip and one where the pace did hold together. Iron Honor, I thought, got a perfect trip, just couldn't quite run down the winner.
I actually think this is the best 3-year-old in the crop. I think a lot of people will say, well, wait a second, he didn't run the Derby. I think he's the most talented horse, naturally the fastest horse by far, and I'm with you. I'm with Andy as well. This horse won the Champagne a 1-turn mile at 2, Grade 1 winner at 3, and I think if he races at 4, Andy and Greg, he could be a monster around 1 turn. I honestly think that. I honestly think he's the best 3-year-old. When they go on to a 4-year-old, I'm going to put on a little wager. He'll be the best 3-year-old. I honestly think he has a chance here at Monmouth because of the speed favoring racetrack. But when they back him to 1 turn for the rest of his career, I think he's going to be a really nice horse.
Let's not forget he's going to be facing maybe the best 3-year-old in the entire country in that Haskell. His velocity.
I agree with all that. I think when I first heard Paulie say that, my first reaction was, Paulie, you're going a little overboard. But then I thought about it, and he makes valid points. He really does. I mean, his Champagne was a great race at a mile. He's won the Preakness at a mile and 3/16. He got a 96 Beyer. Say what you want. It's a point higher than the horses that ran 1-2 in the Derby got. So I think that there's a lot more validity. I know when Paulie first said, I'm going to think, Paulie, you're just out of your mind. But I think he makes fair points there. That right now, he is the most versatile member.
Mm-hmm. And look, we talked about that performance in the Champagne. That's better than what some of the best 3-year-olds have done this year. The figure he earned in that race back as a 2-year-old.
There's no question.
World of talent.
People say it turns to be a bad race. He won the race by 6 lengths. Maybe he just broke a lot of hearts in that race, too.
Race 7, Paco Lopez aboard Napoleon Solo, just won his 3rd of the afternoon at a big price back in race 6. The 7th race, main track, 6 furlongs. Let's go back to Paul and Megan.
Yeah, the penultimate race here for the weekend, and don't forget you got the $5 late double here. Tricky little race. Does Paco get it done again?
We shall see. But this is kind of interesting as far as just looking at them on the racetrack. I find that the prices that are shorter, and the number 6 and the number 8, make the most sense to me in this spot. The number 8, of course, is going to be my selection, as this horse has speed and draws well doing so.
Yeah, you make a good point. The 6 is getting played a little bit here. Right now their fixed odds are dead even, so I don't think there's going to be much between the 6 and the 8. The 8 for Jose Delgado, unbelievable gate speed, but you think the 6 is probably going to be chasing her around. What do you think?
I would say, as far as the 6, Elsie Smile, who's getting some play, as you mentioned, last time out was a no-show, and that was at 5.5 furlongs. Now getting to the 6 flat, where I find she's just better. Go back to that race at Tampa, where she kind of chased into an up-tempo pace last time out, where she got zapped. But drops in class, though, is the key for Elsie Smile. Lowest tag yet. Kathleen O'Connell, incredibly successful doing so here at Monmouth Park at 50% cut and tag. She's 24%. So this horse makes a lot of sense. That 2-back race wins this, especially on the significant drop down in class, Polly.
I like it too a little bit here, Charming Jenny. You give that horse a little bit of a look for Joe Irace, for councilman here of Oceanport?
A little bit, if you want to use that maiden 16 debut. But other than that, I mean, again, hopefully able to use a little bit more speed.
Yeah, we'll go back to Greg. You know what, Andy? Let me correct. Of the horses that have run in the Triple Crown, because I'm kind of with you, Crude Velocity could be the creme de la creme.
Well, we're going to see that showdown in the premier race of the meet. Not too distant future. Crude Velocity and the Preakness winner.
You think, oh, in the Haskell?
Yeah.
Yes. Now, Crude Velocity is going to run in the Woody Stevens and renew his rivalry with Englishman. This time is 7 furlongs. Englishman's pretty good. He might be the best horse and best 3-year-old in Cherie DeVaux's barn.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 7 from Monmouth.
We're ready to go. And we're up. Having to take up a little bit after the start, Charming Jenny, Critical Magic, go, go, go. He's on the lead right now. As per usual, leads a length and a half. From Toast to the Stones runs in second. Elsie Smile third. As the leader, Critical Magic, strings them out. Now is on a hold to ration his speed and get a breather here. Emily Reward coming back to that one, about 7 lengths behind. 4 clear of Charming Jenny. Banker Murray has 1 runner beat, and that's Rachel Caroline at the back of the pack. Into the forward turn, Critical Magic leads the parade into the forward turn. They're in single file, separated by over a dozen lengths. Critical Magic, length and a half in front, now pushed upon on the front end here. Toast to the Stones runs in second. Elsie Smile getting closer in the pink jacket third, and now Critical Magic in deep water. Toast to the Stones ran right by. Critical Magic is bowing out now. Elsie Smile into the second position. She goes, and Emily Reward is trying to follow her move as they come down the lane here. Toast to the Stones in front. Elsie Smile on the outside, drifting out a little bit, but she changes leads and is up to engage Toast to the Stones. Toast to the Stones finding more on the lead. Elsie Smile on the outside trying to get there. Toast to the Stones, Elsie Smile. It's going to be tight, really tight in the end. Oh boy, that was really, really tight. Toast to the Stones, Elsie Smile hit the line together with Charming Jenny from well out of it, running on to complete the trifecta. Emily Reward fourth. Photo finish.
Too tight to call. One more look. The 3, Toast to the Stones inside. The 6, Elsie's Smile to the outside. I will not be making a guess here.
I'm going to leave it up to Paulie. He's the official photo finish caller of the team. You want to get Paulie? Tell us who he thinks won.
Let's see here. That's not going to tell us.
Hang on.
5-2 on the 3. Well, both went off at 5-2.
I think Inside got it, but I'm not sure. Paulie says 3, then I say it's the 3. And listen, the cameramen listen to Paulie too.
Well, Paulie does have the best eyes in the business for photo finishes. And now it's been posted 3-6-2-5.
They didn't actually look at the photo. They just heard Paulie said the 3-1. They just
they're smart.
Yeah. Why waste the time on a photo?
Toast to the Stones in a tight one here in the 7th. Luis Rivera Jr. for Kelly Breen, Mr. Amore Stable. Prices when we come back. We'll get to the 7th. Belmont, the Big A, when we return. The Obliterator for the Dutrow Barn with Pratt, 7-5 favorite.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires, including Kilwin, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Fian, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Good to have you with us on our Sunday coverage. America's Day at the Races, Race 7, Belmont of the Big A. Mile on the main track, one-turn mile in this $55,000 claiming race for horses who only have a maiden win on the resume, so non-winners of 2 life. As we look at the favorite we showed you going to break, the Obliterator, Pratt will ride and dropping in class.
Could be named for Flavien Prat.
Yeah.
The way he's been obliterating the competition since moving east. He's improved for Rick Dutrow. And I'm not going to, say, oh, the last race was phony because Pretty Boy Maya ran so badly in the Preakness. The second place finisher came back to win. Now, he did run about 6 or 7 Beyer points slower than he had run prior. So maybe that number's a little high, and I think that makes this horse less of a favorite. 8-5 seems like too short a price. I like the 9, Run Quiet, Run Fast for Tom Morley, who's been having some bad luck. A lot of tough photos, a lot of tough losses. He's probably, though, going to come down from his 9-2 odds.
This one here, the 4, that last effort,
Sequential.
You believer in it or no?
Sequential?
The last race.
Well, it got a big Beyer figure. It got a good Timeform US figure. I don't know. Maybe the horse improved off the claim from Linda, but I'm not taking that horse again. But he's 7-1 if you like him,
Here's calling card. Blinkers come off to start off the post parade.
Well, the best thing I can say for him is he's Andy off. I've bet him in around 4 straight races, and I'm finally had enough. I didn't like his last race. He should have won.
Here's Seeker's Hope, Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
He's the speed along with the horse you mentioned, Sequential, but it's hard to see them not at least hooking up a little bit. His last race was good, though.
Yeah, sprint speed stretching out. The Obliterator, 3-2 favorite with Pratt.
I have no argument that he can win this race. I don't think he should be. I don't think anybody should be a short price in this race. Pretty open race.
Sequential likes to be forward as well, and he is coming off that big effort, even though it was a runner-up finish.
Right, and all likely he has to deal with the 2 early in here, and we'll see how long that horse holds up. I prefer others, but 8-1's a pretty big price.
Flash of Colors finally put it all together at Keeneland in a 30 maiden claiming race.
Claimed away from Peter Urton. Not great claiming numbers for this trainer. I prefer others.
9-1 on Flash of Chaos. Meanwhile, the 6 still in the paddock. Here's the 9. Run Quiet, Run Fast for Tom Morley.
So the question is, what do you do about his last race? He was awful, and I can't make an excuse for it. Now Tom drops him slightly in class, first time for a tag. Runs his race from 2 back, probably going to win.
And here's 13 G's. Jose Lezcano will ride for Linda Rice, still being 10-2 here in the paddock.
7-2 feels like an underlay, and it feels like it's some sort of shoeing issue. 7-2 feels like an underlay. Now 3-1, maybe it's a good sign. This horse, I like the fact that Linda's being aggressive, moving him up off his loss in a non-winners-of-2 lifetime, $55,000 here, and running against some tougher horses. It's a non-winners-of-2 lifetime. 3-1?
Let's find out why this one is tardy to the post parade. Back with us, Acacia Clement.
Yeah, he threw a shoe. He was stomping and kicking out a lot. I think he had a fly on his hind leg or something, was agitating him here in the paddock, and actually watched it happen. It was right in front of me where he kicked out with his hind right leg and completely threw off the hind right shoe. So they do have a blacksmith here in the paddock to nail it back on. So they will attend that. It kind of happened right as the horses were heading out, so nobody really realized at first. Thankfully, Linda's assistant was right there to grab him and make sure that the rider did not get up. So attending to the right hind, putting that shoe back on, not a huge deal, but that's why he is late. As I said, he was a little bit agitated on the right hind and completely threw it off across the paddock.
Didn't hit anybody, did it? I guess not.
Glad everyone's okay. Yeah, that's a scary situation. So this one will be coming to the track shortly.
I think Johnny Dominguez has it all covered. He's standing there. He's figured it out.
So back to the 9. Run quiet, run fast, 5-1 here from that outside post. Ruben Silvera will be aboard.
I don't know what happened last time with this horse. He was atrocious. It's race 2 back behind horses like Playing Tricks and Brazenly and Reynolds Channel. I think if he runs that race, he's the favorite in here, right? Now, you have to take into account just how badly he ran last time, and he takes a slight drop in class. Now, if somebody wants to claim this 4-year-old gelding for $55,000, he costs $90,000, they're welcome to do it. I'm going to take the optimistic viewpoint at a better price in here, but I have to be concerned about his last race.
Could forgive the effort. It wasn't even that big of a layoff, but he could forgive it off the bench.
It was also very wide in a 2-turn race against a Super Gold rail from post 11. I can definitely think, I don't even think he ran badly 3 back. His last race is a problem.
Yeah.
There he is.
Here's the 6 finally coming onto the track, 13 Gs. This one stretching out for Linda Rice. And the only try on the main track at a mile.
Ran a good figure.
Doesn't inspire a ton of confidence.
Ran a good figure that day.
But that was actually the biggest Beyer figure this one ran.
Yeah, I think he's a player in this race. I wouldn't bet him at 3-1, but maybe it's a good sign he's taking all this money. He just seems a little overbet to me.
Back to the Obliterator, 8-5. Let's get Acacia's thoughts.
And he makes a lot of sense on the drop in class. He's faced some very good horses recently, coming out of a race behind Pretty Boy Maya, who I know he finished last in the Preakness yesterday, but he'd run a fast race, and it's been a live race as well anyway, also coming back to win out of that. And he faced Skolko's Folly, his stablemate, 2 starts back in the Gander as well. So I definitely respect the Obliterator based off of the company that he's been keeping. I do wish he looked a bit better overall, just at a short price. Just a bit dull in his coat. I wish he had a little bit more muscle mass to him, to be fair. He's not the biggest, bulkiest type of individual. Like I said, I think he makes a lot of sense on the drop in class, just as the favorite. I did actually prefer the appearance overall of some others. The number 9, Run Quiet, Run Fast, he is taking a drop in class as well. Now, if he runs his race 2 starts back, he's a major player in here. However, I am concerned by the fact that he did run so disappointingly last time out. And he is a horse that kind of runs with a higher knee action. That's typical for him. I can see why they tried him on turf and synthetic towards the start of his career, but he has run very well on the main track, and I am hoping that the drop in class will help him in here. Super fit. He's making his 4th start for Tom Morley and his first time dropping in class, and just feel like he should get a good trip with the outside post and sticking at this mile distance. Now back to the number 6, 13 Gs, got that shoe on back in the paddock, and Jose Lezcano took him right off for a big warm-up as he had a little bit of an abbreviated time out on track versus the rest of the field, so he really revved his engines quite a bit. I actually thought, even before the shoe incident, this horse might look best overall. Super coat on him, super flesh. He looks like a miler as well. He does not really look like a sprinter, though he has a lot of substance. And the lone dirt mile try, I actually thought he ran okay that day at Churchill, and he should be a little bit more forward, especially on the warm-up that he got. He is taking a lot of money on the board, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 7th race, here we go. About to load, 8-5 favorite, the Obliterator with Pratt for Dutrow, but here's Seeker's Hope. Speed stretching out I would think, would be the speed of the speed.
You would think so, but I can't imagine the 4 will be that far behind. And Edgar Zayas, not exactly a rider who's prone to rate speed horses, so you would think he would go as well. But I don't expect it to be a blazing pace.
That is a big number on this horse right here. If he could just maintain that form from the last start, it was a big effort.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 is 5-2. Either somebody knows something or he is massively overbet. How could you predict he'd be 5-2 in this race, right?
I'm with you. Chris Griffin, the call. Here's race 7, Belmont at the Big A.
All set. And they're off. Good beginning from in between horses. Sequentials got early supremacy, but here towards the inside, it's Seeker's Hope. And now Seeker's Hope will assume the lead. Seeker's Hope is up by a half length. To the outside, it's Sequential, and at the rail moving forward, Calling Card. Just in behind them, 13 G's. Out wider in the center portion of the racetrack is Run Quiet, Run Fast. Tightly bunched on the front end. The 2 at the back, the Obliterator with Flash of Chaos. 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Seeker's Hope is now alone up top. Sequential is chasing a stalking second. At the rail, that's Calling Card. 13 G's. Jose Lescano is encouraging 13 G's to do more. Is in the 4th position. Out wider there, Run Quiet, Run Fast. The 2 trailers still the Obliterator with Flash of Chaos. Less than a half mile to go, 45.01 for the half mile time, and Seeker's Hope is still there, but here comes Sequential. Sequential is within ahead of the leader. Calling Card is all in and not making up ground, and to the outside, here comes the run from Run Quiet, Run Fast. Dropping back is 13 G's. Flash of Chaos is trying to roll from the back, and the Obliterator is at the back end of the field and still has about 7-8 lengths to make up. They reach the top of the stretch, and Sequential is opening up. Sequential is the leader, is approaching a final furlong, and Sequential is up by 5-6 lengths now. It's Sequential from the back, trying to run on. Calling Card is now taking a clear second. Flash of Chaos, nothing from the Obliterator as they've got a final 16th left to go. Sequential at a price is going to dominate here. Edgar Zayas, Sequential wins it easily. Calling Card second, Flash of Chaos, and Run Quiet, Run Fast.
Sequential, a dominant performance here, somehow goes off at 10-1 and wins for the second time in 13 career starts.
I will say, you like this horse, Greg. You said this to me about 3-4 times. You couldn't understand why it was this price, and you were dead right. It was a quick pace. The other horse involved in the pace finished absolutely nowhere, and he just drew off and won for fun. Slowed down a little at the end. That's understandable, but nobody came close to him in this race. And the favorite, the Obliterator, he was nowhere.
Second biggest price on the board here, and Sequential wins by a massive margin, keeping that sharp form that was a big effort back on April 23rd in a runner-up finish. This one will get to take his picture as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a no doubt about it winner. 10-1 shot that won like an even money shot.
We were told 2 horses got claimed. This was not one of them.
I'm going to guess it was the 9 and the 3.
2 and the 3, I believe.
Okay, I got half it right. The 2 was claimed for $55,000?
4-1, 5-9 finish.
Wow. Focus made for 20.
Lopez off his Preakness victory on Napoleon Solo, already with 3 wins on the Sunday card and counting. Stay with us.
As we celebrate the history of Aqueduct, there's one unforgettable moment that went beyond horse racing, where a global spiritual leader turned this racetrack into a sacred gathering place right here in the infield.
On October 6, 1995, Pope John Paul held a massive open-air mass at Aqueduct Racetrack. It was part of his apostolic journey to the United States, a day that drew an estimated 75,000 people to the Big A. The sky was clear and bright. Sunshine broke through just as the Pope began his sermon, giving the event a nearly cinematic feel. From a 300-foot wide platform in the infield, the Pope delivered a homily centered on the progress of peoples.
Society has strongly reaffirmed the right of the child to grow up in a family in which, as far as possible, both parents are present.
The crowd was diverse, not just Catholics, but representatives from different dioceses, civic leaders, and religious communities. Among them were local Knights of Columbus, dignitaries, and countless families who came together to witness something extraordinary on a day more often reserved for racing than worship.
Pope John Paul II used this venue, Aqueduct Racetrack, to bring his message of hope, family, and unity for the barn areas, for the industry, for the country. That message still resounds within our hearts.
For a moment in its storied career, Aqueduct became a pulpit for the world. The memory of that October day in 1995 stands as one of the most powerful and goes beyond just racing.
Part of an incredible history of this very special racetrack as we say our final goodbyes into the last meet that will ever take place here at the Big A in our final 2 days, June 27th, June 28th, and that final day you have a chance to first 1,000 on hand, get to take a piece of the racetrack home with you forever.
I was always a little disappointed. I thought the handle should have been better. If we had 75,000 with the Pope, I thought it was a little light. They didn't bet as much as they should have. I love that, giving away the jar of dirt from the track. I think that's a very cool thing, and I imagine quite a few people would be lining up for that. Mine will be for sale on eBay. I haven't decided the price yet.
We still have the nightcap coming up out at Monmouth. 7 minutes to post the finale. We'll see if Paco Lopez can get a fourth on this card. Meanwhile, sequential 10-1 here. Orlando Nota second off the claim, claimed away from Linda Rice, and Edgar Zayas the victory.
I will tip my hat to you, Greg. You told me about 6 times I can't believe what price sequential is, and you were dead right. He crushed the field. And I mean, there were some no-shows in there, but he won for fun. And he did all the running in the race, too.
Yeah. Going to close out the card sprinting on the outer turf. Again, the rail's out 24 feet. New York bred, maiden special weight field, the 5, St. Margaret, the favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, she didn't break that well and got caught in some traffic last time. I like her in the 2, nothing clever. They're short prices.
Post-parade from this one. When we come back, we have the finale still ahead out at Monmouth as well. And a 1-5 favorite, Manoa's Glory. That is the mount.
What am I missing?
Of Paco Lopez. Trying to win number 4 on this Sunday card, fresh off that Preakness victory.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
And it's lights out, locked. pouring it on, running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward, it is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Hall of Champions at Monmouth, Damascus, the 1967 Horse of the Year. Preakness winner, Bold Ruler, Preakness winner.
One of the great stallions of all time.
The great Ruffian.
Ruffian beat Hot and Nasty in the sorority in 1974.
Spectacular bid.
Viva Ridge.
Buddy
Secretariat
Delp.
Stablemate.
And inside
she
information.
won the Molly Pitcher there, I would guess.
What an incredible list of champions.
She was some horse. Side info.
This finale on the card, mile to 16th on the turf. Safe to say as we throw it to Paulie and Megan, Manoa's Glory taking some Paco Lopez money, 2-5.
Paulie's betting against, right, Paulie?
Yeah, I am. I'm playing against, but oh my gosh. Right now, the horse fixed odds 1.7, so we're probably looking around 4-5, 3-5 closing price. Tough to get around, but I'm going to land on the 5 in here. They look like the 2 horses to beat.
They do,
two
and
3-year-olds.
this race was kind of ravaged by some of those scratches. With as far as the current heavy favorite, 2-5, I'd agree with you. Now, I was speaking with Jorge Delgado in the paddock. Just, you know, this horse is obviously taking a pretty significant drop in class, which is not only the Paco effect. He does have kind of the perfect storm. He's dropping in class. He's second off of the bench for Delgado. And Jorge told me, you know, maybe, just maybe, this is a horse that could be just better on the synthetic. He said sometimes, you know, we kind of agreed maybe they don't directly get better on the grass. Sometimes they are those synthetic type runners. And it was kind of interesting because when you go through the family, there was a sibling that was pretty similar as well. And Game Winner, the sire, also kind of has those great synthetic numbers, but terrible grass numbers. So I'm interested to see how he gets back to the grass. He is an incredibly low price. I did end up kind of going to him by default. I know the 5 is the better bet, but the 9 to me physically matched up with kind of the obvious reasons to like him.
I'm not going to argue with you. I mean, listen, I understand the horse has got plenty of things going maybe against him, but the horse still to beat. Now the 5 in here for Mike Deeney inherits this horse from the Andrew McKeever barn. You know, some decent efforts to go to, but again, maybe the one best effort was over synthetic.
Exactly. And, you know, that's the thing. It's a common theme with the two horses that make the most sense. This horse also kind of making more of a lateral move, though. Now, just judging by him in the paddock, he kind of got a bit antsy. He was sharp. I'm hoping maybe he can be forward, but hey, this is a forward horse race, so if he's not forward, he's in deep water. But the half sibling exclusively ran on the synthetic. He's got tactical speed. His 3 and 4 back races make him obviously a big contender. He's the horse that you want to bet in this spot at a very nice 4-1 that you're getting up there. But I mean, how do you really look outside of the 2 horses that we just discussed? I mean, did you find any interest in especially number 2 there?
No, not really. I mean, if I was going to play a horse, it would be the 8 Frankie G. The only worry is the long layoff. This horse is a completely different horse at age 4, going long on the turf. There's some good efforts there, but then now such a long layoff. Ramon Moya, who rode this gelding last year, does have the best buyer speed figure on the turf by far, and I could see this horse, you know, $6 in the fixed odds, 9-2. I get it. I landed on the 5, but I wouldn't be surprised if the 8 runs here.
I think the 8 is honestly going to be a competitor, and I'll tell you why. Sometimes Paco isn't the most astute turf rider as he is on the dirt. And if the 8 can get clear and get forward, that's the way he likes to free roll it on the front end. Now, I admit, yes, it took him a long time to break his maiden. He did so against New Jersey Breds. He's got to contend with the layoff for a trainer who has really small numbers. He looks for the first win since he actually won with this horse all the way back in October. This is a trainer that has a bunch of grass horses that he relies on, and then they kind of go to the bench in the winter, and he comes back. He was incredibly sharp. He honestly probably needs it, but he's, I think, fit enough for this level, Paul. He's interesting to me, and I think he could control.
Well, Greg, there you have it, the synopsis of race number 8 here on a Sunday. Don't forget next week, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, we're Memorial Day weekend. Also, so the food trucks will be out in full force. And you know what? Since there's so many horses here, we've had so much to do. Lafitte Pinkai will join us next week.
Wow. That's going to be pretty exciting. Paulie, will you be staying down there and lifeguarding during the week? You got 4 days off. The weather's going to get nice. What do you think?
You know what? My body right now is just not fit for lifeguarding right now, Andy. It wouldn't be Baywatch. It'd be Baywatchless.
It's a demanding job.
Don't look at me. I can swim, but that's about it.
And if Paul were to do that job, we know he'd be looking at the past performances while he was in the chair.
Yeah.
1-2 favorite on Manoa's Glory. Paco Lopez looking for number 4. Just a wild price on this horse who should not be anywhere near that number.
I agree. If I could book him, I would book him at that price. Take my chances. I'm with Meg on the 8.
Let's go to Matt Dinnerman. Finale from Monmouth Park.
07. Couple more runners to load. Frankie G and Manoa's Glory, the heavy favorite coming into the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off in the nightcap. Frankie G wins the start. Katam taking the second position while getting to the rail here, but Frankie G is setting the pace. Katam to the inside, running in second. Manoa's Glory now on the fence. He's third, racing alone, 2 clear of TV Man, and a similar margin to Editor's Choice at the back of the pack with 1 lap to go. There goes Frankie G to clear off. Strides 2.5 clear, and Katam is happy to track in the second spot. Manoa's Glory third, then TV Man and Editor's Choice. 5 runners pretty much in single file as they hit the first turn run. Frankie G is carving out the fractions in the nightcap. Went 23-2 that first quarter mile. Leads by 2. Manoa's Glory second. Katam outside of that one. Gap of 2 to TV Man. Editor's Choice a half length off of him as the quintet swings up the backstretch. Frankie G still on top. About a length here. Katam on the outside in the blue blinkers second. Manoa's Glory down on the rail in a pocket third. Length and a half to Editor's Choice, who strides into fourth, passing TV Man with about a half mile to go. They went the half in 49-1, so they're just coasting along here. Frankie G still clear. A length and a tail. Katam second. Manoa's Glory inside waiting for racing room as they go into the far turn. 2 back to Editor's Choice. TV Man is given way to 5th as they round the far turn. Really quickening the pace now. Frankie G about a quarter mile more to go from the money. A half length in front. Katam second. Manoa's Glory hugging the rail as they come off the turn and cuts the quarter here. TV Man next with Editor's Choice as they wheel for the judge. Frankie G on the lead, but the rail's open for Manoa's Glory to come through if he's good enough. It's a little bit of a tight spot, but Manoa's Glory is going to try to punch through down in there. It's Frankie G with the lead. Manoa's Glory inside. Frankie G, Manoa's Glory. It's going to be really tight. Frankie G in a photo with Manoa's Glory to end the day. The heads were up and down, so we won't call it. Katam was third, TV Man fourth, and then Editor's Choice, a thriller in the finale for Monmouth.
Photo finish with a 4th on the day for Paco Lopez, hanging in the balance. He's on the inside of the 9. Manoa's Glory, we both think, might have been outside the 8. Ahead there, ooh, I don't know.
Hard to know. The cameraman thought it was the 8. I bet a couple bucks on the 8, so he probably lost. The crazy thing about this race is not what's going on down the stretch. That the 5 ended up the even money favorite and the 9 ended up at 6-5. That's the crazy part. Paulie, be quiet. I bet the 8. Paulie's saying 9.
I'll
Megan,
say
I
this,
bet the
the
eight.
9 got the best of the
got
bob.
the
I
bob
don't
of
know.
bobs of bobs of bobs. You got the biggest bob of bobs. A capital bob you got. I didn't bet enough that I can throw too big a temper tantrum when I lose this photo. So I feel like it.
One more look. Paco Lopez on the inside, and it is number 4 for Paco as he...
You've got to be kidding me.
Gets the best
It's
of
the
it
greatest
here.
bob in the history of bobs. I don't think there's ever any other point in the race where the horse was actually in front. Oh, my God. Jesus. Crazy.
9-8, 5-2 Preakness on Saturday. Just the 5th Grade 1 win of Paco Lopez's career. And now a 4-win day right back at it in the Jersey Shore.
I did make a little money winning the Preakness, so I'll let it go. But this was pretty annoying.
You're dealing with house
9-2
money
on the
right now.
8 was insane.
Acacia got an angry partner here.
She knows.
I don't blame him. And I've been where you are, Greg. As we'll take a look at horses here for the nightcap. I thought a really fun way to close out the day with these turf sprinters. We'll start with the favorite right now, and that is the number 5, St. Margaret. I didn't cover her last race, so my first time seeing her as a 3-year-old, and she has done really well. She's filled out and grown a lot, and she was a pretty good-sized 2-year-old as well. They saddled her on the walk as they always have, but she acted very professionally. I thought she actually ran pretty well last time, where she didn't break the quickest, but she is a horse that's better when she can use her speed, and she was in tight on the rail, trying to kind of muscle her way through. And given that she is such a big filly, it's not easy for a horse like that to A, close down the inside, or to B, kind of find room when in tight in between horses. I think we're going to see a stronger effort from her today. So we've seen Jimmy Ryerson with some really good New York-bred turf 2-year-olds come back and usually need a race at their 3-year-old debut. The number 2, Charlotte's Universe, makes her first start of her 3-year-old season, and she's another one that's done really well from 2 to 3. Another horse that had some size, but she has strengthened, and mentally she's come a really long way as well. Not the brightest spot for Dylan Davis last time out in the Joseph A. Gemma, where she actually broke well, and then he took a hold of her, and she ended up just getting completely dragged out of the race. Another one with a big filly. You have to let her make her stride, make her room, and be forwardly placed. I think we're going to see a nice effort from her as she looks very strong off the bench coming back this year, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Here's our post-parade aperitif. Elizabeth Merriman Barn with Jamie Rodriguez.
Yeah, I know some people like her. I'm not one of them, but she is a big price.
Here's St. Margaret, the favorite, with Manny Franco.
Yeah, she didn't break that well and kind of got shuffled out of position. Didn't have a clean run down the stretch. She's okay.
Not a bad effort from this one, first on the grass. No need to panic.
I agree. I think this horse, if you're looking for somebody at a slightly better price, this is definitely a horse you could use.
3-year-old return, first starts in November 2nd. Here's Avery's Wonderland, Rick Dutrow Jr.
The turf race wasn't that bad, a big price, but I think this feels a little tougher, but it's a big price.
Miguel Clement Barn, this one taking no attention. Emergency 9.
Yeah, I mean, there's pedigree to say this horse could handle it, so I don't know.
Yeah, Linda Rice with a first-time starter outside. Jamie's turn.
Yeah, Linda's not great with first-time starters in the turf. This one does not have much pedigree in the dam side.
And we kind of skipped over 2 key contenders on the inside. Garden of Grace, the one, taking a lot of play for George Weaver, who's 0 for 9, only 0 for 4 on the grass, getting back to spring on the turf. And then Charlotte's Universe for Marcassi, Live Oak Plantation, and the 3-year-old return for this one with Javier Castellano.
I like Charlotte's Universe, who got a bad ride by Dylan Davis last time out. It's why it's okay. You don't rate speed horses, and when you do it, bad things happen, and he just dragged her out of the race. I thought this race was good. I know that Train Trouble hasn't done that well going forward. I still am not giving up. I thought this was a very fair race. This horse has speed. And you're talking about a horse that ran a 63 Beyer as a 2-year-old that could easily be a 75 as a 2-year-old, as a 3-year-old. I'm hoping that she's the main speed in here for Javier, who's been riding very well.
So one of 3 horses on the board, this one between 2 to 1 and 3 to 1. And yeah, major player coming back off the bench for the Cassie Barn. Meanwhile, to the inside, Garden of Grace, who had been on the turf 4 starts in a row back as a 3-year-old, went to the bench, and it's been all dirt coming back.
If you don't like betting 3-year-olds against 4-year-olds, then you're betting Garden of Grace, who's a fair price at 3-1 right now with Flavien. This horse's turf races are good enough. I feel like the 2 and the 5 have more upside, but this one's run some fast races in 3 to, oh, now 2-1.
Wow.
Wow, that was a big difference, huh? Okay, that changed everything.
Quickly becomes the favorite as, yeah, you chat about this 4-year-old filly. I guess those first 2 turf starts were very good and then sort of went backwards a little bit.
Yeah, I am not in love with this horse, but to be fair, when this horse ran Flavien, this horse ran a big figure, and you're right. The first 2 races were good. Now, the second one, the race sort of fell apart, but, you know, Olivia's Grace had run some okay races, and Silsby, who beat this horse easily, is okay as well.
So Pratt for George Weaver, back to the lawn for the first time in 4 starts. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And taking a look at Garden of Grace, she's had a lot of chances at this point. The biggest thing, though, is that she is a filly that is a handful. She's always been very tough prior to her races. They brought her into the paddock with a hood on, and not something that George Weaver typically does. She got herself pretty washed out, even back in the paddock. They've kept her with the pony out on track, which has been the MO, but she has come in a little bit better as she's now a 4-year-old and with some seasoning. She used to not be able to do the post parade at all. She used to always have to be accompanied by a pony. She's tough. And she is the type of filly, too, that just lives on her nerves. This is by far the lightest I've ever seen her. You know, just horses like that tend to be very kind of revved up and nervous types. They aren't necessarily the best doers, and so that's a little bit of my concern with her as well. She goes back to the turf. Maybe she has improved a little bit mentally, but like I said, she has had some chances, and I just don't love that they have already dropped her in for $50,000. She didn't get the job done that day, and now they're trying again, going back to the grass. We'll see. As the favorite, I would prefer to look elsewhere, but she has run some fast races and she does have the experience. Now, 2 first-time starters. They're both big prices, but just to touch on the 9 Emergency 9, Daughter of Violence, and she definitely looks like violence, very flashy with a lot of white on her. She has the turf hoof, very slack pasterns, while the dams only win with sprinting on a wet track. The second dam was very good on turf, but she is a very energetic type as well. Ricardo Santana keeping her with the pony, which I think has been smart. She does debut wearing a shadow roll, and she's very well spotted. We'll just see if she can keep things together mentally throughout the preliminaries here. The 10, Jamie's Turn, I could say a similar thing for her. She came in kind of vocal into the paddock, not overly turf looking, and there's not a ton of turf pedigree as well. Though for a Linda Rice first-time starter, she looks very fit and moved very well. I just wonder about these conditions for her. So some firsters, I'll take the wait and see approach. Greg?
All right, thank you. We're going to load here shortly. 6 furlongs on the outer turf to close things out in this New York bred maiden special weight coming up.
Here's my prediction with Jamie's Turn. This horse wins next time out on the dirt. That's my prediction. The 10. You heard it here first.
35-1. Yeah, interesting here. What a start to this meet for Linda Rice, regardless of what happens here. 31%.
What a career. She's been exceptional. They're showing the photo of Monmouth. It wasn't even that close. Still bitter. Bet a real amount of money, I'd be actually annoyed.
But again, you did well yesterday.
It's all good. It's horse racing.
Anger
It's
the racing
only
gods.
money. Greg, it's only money. You know?
So let's look at this race in terms of... There's a couple of horses interesting in here that are value. Would you agree?
I think that the horse you mentioned to be the 6, No Need to Panic, is probably the one horse that I think is offering some value. That's the one horse I could use at a price. I like the 2. I think is a fair price in the 5-2 to 3-1 range. But no, I don't have any brilliant ideas in this race, to be honest.
10-1, yeah. No Need to Panic. Coming back now as a 3-year-old. Minor trouble in that debut, and that was the turf debut sprinting, and some quick works coming back. See what happens here for start number 2, sprinting on the lawn. 8th, Belmont of the Big A to close out this Sunday card. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Jamie's turn. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Jamie's turn at the back end of the field. Aperitif broke right out on top, joined towards the inside by Charlotte's Universe, and here comes Charlotte's Universe with the speed. Avery's Wonderland is towards the outside. Aperitif is now a close-up third. At the rail, is shoved along. Garden of Grace is trying to hold that rail position and does as they speed up the backstretch, and back there in fifth is St. Margaret. Toward the other inside is going to be Saratoga Daisy, just having a tap on the brakes, nowhere to go, is No Need to Panic, got passed by Emergency 9, and the trailer, Jamie's turn, 22.66 for the opening quarter mile, unopposed. It's Charlotte's Universe in command. Aperitif is in the two path, is chasing Avery's Wonderland in third. Garden of Grace is trying to pick things up, is down at the rail in fourth. Outwider St. Margaret trying to run on. Saratoga Daisy nowhere to go yet. They reach the top of the lane. Charlotte's Universe tries to kick away, but Aperitif is now looming up on the outside. Aperitif is ready to challenge. Aperitif and Charlotte's Universe, who won't go away. Garden of Grace is trying to commence a rally from third. Back there's Avery's Wonderland. These two are nose and nose, back and forth. Charlotte's Universe to the inside. Aperitif is trying to stick with her. Charlotte's Universe, Aperitif down the line together. Charlotte's Universe wins it. Aperitif, then Garden of Grace, and a late run. Saratoga Daisy.
Mark Casse Barn, Javier Castellano, Live Oak Plantation. Charlotte's Universe, the victory as the second choice at 5-2.
Didn't break that well. I mean, not terribly, but didn't break that well. And Javier did the right thing, let her run up the lead. He's had a very good week of riding here. Felt like Aperitif had her measured. I mean, when Aperitif gets alongside her top of the stretch, especially a horse that has had trouble sort of staying together, but very, very game here, and a good ride by Javi down the stretch. A big week for him. He's had a bunch of winners, riding very, very well, and did the right things with her. No excuse for the one, Garden of Grace. I mean, she just wasn't really good enough. Little close for Saratoga Daisy, but this horse gets it done. First start as a 3-year-old for Mark Casse, who had 2 winners today, both in 6 furlong races.
Aperitif would have resulted in a pick 6 carryover.
Now I wish I had lost.
$27,625 in the pick 6. Pick 5, just over $1,100. 2-4, 1-3 finish.
I'm just happy for the person that hit it. You know, Greg, that's how I am.
It's a nice score. Well done if you put that together. We'll be back with prices right after this. 2-4, 1-3. Here in the 8th, Charlotte's Universe out dueling Aperitif to the wire under Javier Castellano. America's Day of the Races is brought to you in part by Resorts World Casinos in New York City, Catskills in the Hudson Valley. It's a world like no other at Resorts World Casinos. Go to visitrw.com for more information.
They're moving in. They're going to be moving in Resorts World into the whole building when we leave. But you will still be able to come to Aqueduct for simulcasting in Saratoga.
All summer long, right?
Yes, all throughout the summer. So while the last day of racing is June 28th, if you want to come out and say goodbye to the Big A and play the Saratoga races and other races, come on out.
Charlotte's Universe. Mark Casse, Javier Castellano. I assume name for Charlotte Weber?
Makes sense.
With the win.
Charlotte Weber, of course, who owns the Live Oak Plantation. Very game performance down the stretch, right? Really felt like Paratif had this horse nailed and just was able to gamely come back, especially after breaking the step slowly.
Yeah, usually see these ones outside.
A friend of mine just texted me and he said, does Mark Casse ever lose a turf sprint? I tell you what, he is a great, he wins a lot of races besides that, but he does do very well in turf sprints.
$7.84 for the victory here to close out this Sunday card. Pick 4 comes back $465.50. Gave you those numbers in the pick 5 and pick 6. There again, that pick 6, $27,625.
Well, congrats to the person that had it. Not an easy sequence getting it done. You had the key horse, the horse that won the 7th race. That was the biggest price.
Shockingly
right?
went off at that big number at 10-1.
Yeah.
Belmont at Saratoga, 3rd and final leg, Triple Crown. It is going to be a lot of big names showing up for that one as we shift our attention to the final Belmont Stakes to ever take place at historic Saratoga, and that means the Derby winner. Back in action, Golden Tempo. Stay with us.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
September 18th, we move into that brand new facility, which the entire sport is so excited about. And a big race on that opening day, Jockey Club Gold Cup.
As of now, expecting Sovereignty and friends to be running there. It's going to be great to get back to Belmont. Opening day, September 18th, the new Belmont Park. New curve courses. Our track, I should say tracks. Our man, Glenn Kozak, has been busy laying down those courses for a long, long time. State-of-the-art courses, terrific drainage. It's going to be great.
Turf there, dirt, synthetic.
Yep, that'd be great.
We have the Empire Trillium Series as well.
I like
that new facility. We're so excited about it. Going to be tremendous to have that in this sport. Have a stadium like that. Going to be incredible. And of course, a Breeders' Cup right around the corner.
Yeah, Breeders' Cup of 27. You don't want to have it the first year. You're working out the kinks. And as it is, where the whole building's not expected to be completely ready until April. Yeah, we got to get back to racing the surfaces. They're ready to go. And, the horsemen's community has been so patient with us. The fact that they have to ship over to Aqueduct all the time and to finally be able to run out of their stalls will be great for them as well. And we do appreciate how much a lot of people had to work with us to make this happen.
Let's wrap up this finale. We already did that, actually.
You want to tell some jokes, talk about restaurants?
We had the Preakness in the book, so that means you know what's next. Our final Belmont at Saratoga. Guess who's back? Golden Tempo. Passed on the Preakness. And Saratoga Springs native, Cherie DeVoe, will bring this one back.
And you watch right here, he's inside of horses. Jose has to switch him to go around and regain the momentum. Nice win. What?
Look, you go back on this performance. He had shown talent, obviously. There's going to be a lot of horses who passed on the Preakness coming back and waiting for him.
Including Renegade, who was second.
But he could improve off this, couldn't he?
He could. The thing I would say in his favor is he finally got a pace to run at because he didn't get particularly fast paces down in Louisiana, and he proved to be good enough for the pace. The problem is, if you're his fan, for me as a bettor, I don't want the horses that close in the Derby. We saw how Aselli ran third in here and ran well, came back in yesterday's Preakness. I want the ones that were more forward, the So Happies of the world, the Emerging Markets of the world, the horses that were closer, but the Chief Wallabies. Those are the ones that I think will be the most tough at this point, but a long way to go, and I'm sure he'll have his fans, as will Renegade.
First of all, it's going to be very interesting to see who shows up in that race. We know he's headed there. What other big names are going, we will wait and see. But that entire week of racing, the stars come out all week long. We start with that New York Bred Day, but a lot of big names we're going to see back that week.
And I think one of the cool things that we've seen through these two Triple Crown races is, there's so much idiotic focus on changing the Triple Crown because they only bet like 100 million yesterday. We should definitely change it. It's obviously not working. It's being driven by an interesting group of people that I don't agree with, but that's okay. You can have different opinions, and if everybody wants to work together, Churchill, Maryland, and us, that's fine. But everybody needs to work together, not one person. Having said all of that, I think one of the good things about it is there's a whole lot of horses that might feel have a right to feel they're competitive going forward. So it presents the possibility that races like the Belmont, the Jim Dandy, the Haskell, the Travers should have big fields because everybody should be looking to take on. Because who are you? Last year you were afraid of Sovereignty. Who the hell are you afraid of now?
Yeah.
And so I think it bodes well for big fields and competitive racing at the high end, and that's what makes the racing fun.
And yes, Sovereignty, by the way, he was back on the track the other day. His first workout, I believe, since the Oaklawn Handicap. And looking at facing his stablemate now, Baeza and Stephen Foster.
I thought he might run in the Preakness. I was a little disappointed.
We are back with you 1 Eastern on Friday. No show Thursday, back on Friday. Napoleon Solo, his moment to shine. Chad Summers, Paco Lopez, Gold Square Racing. And on, eventually, to the Haskell for that one. Belmont Stakes, June 6th, third and final leg of the Triple Crown. Next up from Saratoga. We'll see you on Friday.